How deep does the stillness reach when the moon is a mere sliver of polished obsidian suspended above the enormous green roof of the Petan jungle, where humidity hangs like a sheer veil of silver dust settled upon the massive shoulders of forgotten stone pyramids, allow the profound silence to become a heavy blanket woven from the distant chirping of cicadas and the slow, cool air drifting down from the celestial sphere to settle over the cloaked contours of the sleeping world. Imagine the immense weight of the forest pressing gently against the edges of your awareness, a pressure that grounds you deeply in the absolute present moment. This is the hour of the deep dark, the true midnight that precedes the earliest promise of dawn, the quietest moment in the ancient world. We are sinking now into the velvet blackness of a Mesoamerican night, many centuries passed far from the clamor of the modern age. Hello there, weary traveler, I am Nazrullah, and tonight we journey far beyond the familiar edges of your waking world into the enduring mystery of the ancient Maya realms. We seek the deep comfort found not in grand histories of kings and conquests, but within the rhythmic mundane repetition of simple daily life etched into the slow passing of those golden centuries. Let us drift now towards the slow, quiet pulse of the classic period, where even the most ordinary moments hold the hushed dignity of time itself. We settle softly near the edge of a small dwelling, a simple adobe structure, thatched thickly with palm fronds resting low against the moist earth. The hour is the Cain Akab, the very end of the deep, dark night before the sun god. Cain Ich Ahau begins his arduous climb over the eastern horizon. A hushed stirring begins within the sleeping house, where the scent of wood smoke clings closely to the damp walls, awaiting the arrival of the morning heat. The first task, always the first task before the fire, is properly stoked and before the mists fully retreat from the milpa. Fields is the patient preparation of the sustenance that powers this ancient world, is the sacred burden of the maize, the yellow gift of the maize god Yum. Cax prepared with precision that begins the cyclical turning of the Maya day. Think of the ancient ritual of nixtamalization, the process. Already complete, the shelled kernels, having soaked overnight in the hot alkaline solution of lime and ash, softening their tough outer skins, they are now swollen and ready, weighty, pale globes waiting patiently for the long, arduous task of the grinding stone, the bedrock rhythm of every Maya day. Imagine the heavy weight of the metate, the long, rough stone slab perfectly formed by generations of hands used solely for this monotonous, crushing labor. The woman of the house, known simply as Ixik, arises quietly, her shadow elongated and distorted by the faint amber glow of the smoldering embers within the hearth. Pitching kneels carefully upon the packed earthen floor, her back accustomed to this patient posture, knowing the work ahead requires only strength and relentless consistency. Her hands seek the mano, the smaller stone roller, the weight and cool density of it perfectly fitting the hollow of her palm. She scoops a measured handful of the wet nixtamal onto the lower stone, listening for the immediate damp crunch as the roller meets the kernels. The sound begins soft at first, a slow rhythmic scrape, a grinding hiss that quickly settles into the most fundamental melody of the Maya village scrape. Press forward, pull back, repeat, scrape. Press forward, pull back, repeat over and over until the kernels surrender their structure, becoming a thick, damp, pliable paste. This is not a quick task. This grinding, this reduction of grain to masa requires perhaps 3 full hours of uninterrupted focused pressure before the family's simple nutritional needs are fully met. Feel the deep, slow drag of the mano stone across the pitted metate, the physical exertion, the dull ache spreading slowly across the shoulders and the strong forearms. This is the sound of time passing slowly, the sound of quiet devotion to the tedious daily work that permits the flourishing of the monumental pyramids. Rising silently above the jungle canopy, let your own weariness blend seamlessly with the ancient steady effort of the grinding stone, feeling the slow hypnotic repetition pull you gently downward into deepest, effortless sleep. She shifts her weight slightly, resettling her hips against the coarse fiber mat, allowing the lower back to momentarily release its tight commitment to the stone. The air inside the small dwelling is still thick with the residual essence of yesterday's cooking, a ghost of chili and dried squash clinging to the woven walls and the thick roof thatch, but beneath that residual scent is the fresh, subtle aroma of the wet corn paste. Earthy, sweet, and undeniably wholesome. The very scent of survival itself. The light outside is beginning its pale. Creeping infiltration, silvering the rough. Texture of the palm thatch revealing the first hazy outlines of the jungle's nearest towering trees. The grinding continues steady. Unwavering, forming small mounds of the soft massa paste, which are carefully gathered and placed into a shallow pottery. Bowl waiting their turn for the heat of the hot kamal. The movement of her arms is a slow, controlled pendulum swinging back and forth with deliberate force, transferring the energy of her body into the slow transformation of the stubborn grain. She does not rush. She cannot rush, for haste results in coarse, incomplete masa, which will tear and crumble when pressed into the thin yielding discs of the morning meal. The work demands patience, a perfect submission to the rhythm of the stone, a quiet understanding that the sun will not fully rise until this foundational task is completely achieved. She listens to the distant, low rumble of the great howler monkeys, a sound like massive thunder, echoing softly across the dew-damp jungle floor, announcing the imminent arrival of the day's searing intense heat. But here in this cool, dark corner of the sleeping house, there's only the rhythmic scrape of stone against ancient stone. A soft lullaby of labor, whispered through the cool pre-dawn air. Let the hypnotic quality of this ancient sound, this tireless repetition, become the anchor that holds you steady as you drift further away from the edges of your own conscious thought. Feel the cool, smooth stone beneath your weary hands, the texture of the rough maize surrendering its solid form, slowly, surely, completely. Fine dust of the powdered lime used in the nixtamal preparation floats minutely in the air, catching the earliest shafts of pale light that now penetrate the low doorway. This dust is the sign of the essential chemical change, of the slow magic that makes the dense, hard kernels digestible, nutritious, truly life-giving. First hour passes unnoticed, marked only by the slow increasing size of the creamy pile of masa and the slow growing tension in Ixic's lower shoulder blades. She pauses briefly to rearrange the wet kernels, adjusting their even distribution upon the massive metate, ensuring an even pressure across the broad, grinding surface. This minor adjustment is a small respite, a momentary break in the commitment to the forward-pressing effort, and then the slow work resumes immediately. Stone finds its reliable track. The friction generates a slight warmth where the mano rests securely within the hollow of her practiced palms. The world outside is now shifting inexorably from silver gray to a pale, misty amber hue, the transition occurring without fanfare, only through the slow, relentless turning of the vast earth. The work of these hands is quiet. Worship the honoring of the previous year's harvest, the slow, meticulous preparation that precedes all activity, all conversation. All monumental construction sleep now, and listen closely to the sound of the grinding stone, the slow foundational heartbeat of the Maya world during the long golden centuries of the classic period. We remain here quietly in this small house, smelling the damp earth and the fresh masa, waiting patiently for the sun to crest the tall jungle trees, knowing the work must continue until the last kernel is fully surrendered. Allow the slow scrape to pull your mind gently downward toward the cool, dark depths of rest, a place where ancient effort blends seamlessly with your present quiet comfort and deep relaxation. This meticulous, slow preparation of the daily bread is the anchor of their existence, a ritual of patient repetition, binding them tightly to the cycles of the earth and the motions of the high heavens. The second hour begins. The masa pile now represents more than half of the needed quantity, a quiet assurance of the coming day's sustained energy. The sun is truly rising, the shadows are shrinking. The jungle is awake, but the essential grinding sound remains perfectly the same, steadfast and deeply rhythmic. We'll stay here quietly near the metate, listening to this sound, until the shadows fully retreat, and the morning heat demands the next slow, tedious task of the long day. Pace never quickens, the pressure never falters, the need is absolute. The process is timeless, a constant scrape, a deep press, a slow pull, a soft release. Feel the coolness of the stone, drawing the heat from the palms. Feel the smooth glide of the mano as it crushes the swollen kernels into the necessary soft foundation of existence. This low, persistent sound is the true history of the people. The constant murmur beneath the grand announcements of kings and the silence of the great stone monuments is the sound of enduring survival, the noise of dedication to the small, quiet things that keep the world turning slowly, precisely, forever. Let the deep, soothing drone of this ancient grinding settle over your thoughts, smoothing away all rough edges, all worries, all immediate concerns. We are held safe within the long shadow of the sleeping pyramids, lulled by the eternal rhythm of the corn, being patiently prepared for the day ahead. Air is becoming warmer, heavier, the etched steely and the simple grinding stone, smoothed by the hand of the worker. This duality is the soul of the Mia world. The sun reaches its apex. The humidity is at its peak. The need for shade becomes urgent. Even the jungle creatures slow their movements, seeking refuge in the deep shadowed hollows. We rest here now beneath the shade of the great ceiba trees. Roots massive and thick anchored to the ancient earth. The massive trunk rises toward the sky, silent pillar connecting the underworld and the heavens. Feel the profound silence of the ancient path letting the memory of the morning's slow toil guide us deeper into the quiet sleep. The heat, the haze, the gentle ache of the back all fade into the encompassing night. The daily routine is finished for now. Memory of the Maya breath holds us close. We surrender to the slow, deep rhythm of their world. We will return when the shadows lengthen too. Follow the path of the artisans and the burdens they bear in the cooling evening sleep now deeply and completely under. The ancient, watchful sky, let the air settle around you, now a velvet curtain drawn across the rushing world. Feel the quiet pressure of the deep night gathering around your shoulders, a soft, slow weight. The darkness holds its breath, a silent anticipation, awaiting the slow rotation of the celestial spheres. You are drifting gently downward into this silence, a place where time slows its pace to the rhythm of your own heart. There is nothing left to do now but listen to the whispers of antiquity close. Your eyes fully surrendering to the profound stillness of this moment. This is a space dedicated to the deepest slumber woven from the threads of history. Nezrula, your guide through these shadowed chronicles. Welcome to History Lulubay, where the past unfolds slowly, allowing the tired mind to rest tonight. We begin a journey far beneath the shifting sands, a pilgrimage to a hushed place of forgotten knowledge. We seek the archive of Kemet, the scribe who watched the sky imagine the desert, stretching out around you, a vast expanse of cinnamon-colored powder sleeping under a bruised moon. The wind has dropped completely now, leaving an absolute void of sound. The only movement is the fine dust settling like powdered silk upon the ancient stone. We are near the necropolis of Saqqara, yet hidden from the casual glance. This is not a tomb for a king, but a sanctuary for secrets. Step through an opening, barely visible, a gap between two enormous blocks of sandstone, blackened by millennia of exposure. The air changes instantly. It grows heavy and cool, scented with natron and dry earth. We descend into the subterranean dark, cloaked in shadow. Passage is narrow, requiring us to move slowly, deliberately, tracing the cold wall with our hands. Feel the cool, smooth stone against your skin. These walls were placed here 5,000 years ago, designed to protect silence itself. No sunlight has touched this path since the dynasty of the pyramid builders. The darkness here is absolute. Comforting velvet blackness that swallows all doubt and anxiety. Take a deep, settling breath and let that darkness envelop you entirely. Continue downward, winding through tunnels carved directly into the bedrock. The only light is the soft amber glow emanating from the small lamp I carry. It casts long, slow shadows that dance on hieroglyphs etched into the stone faces. These are not prayers, they are records. They speak of celestial movements of the dog star Sirius and the slow procession of the ages. They mention Kemet, the chosen one, the keeper of the most delicate observations. He was entrusted not with gold or jewels, but with time itself. We pause at a massive threshold. Long ago, with plaster and ritual, the seal has been broken, revealing an opening just large enough to slide through the air. Bial's sharper, cleaner, hinting at a vast sealed chamber. We cross the threshold into the archive, The space opens dramatically into a wide cavern supported by 4 enormous pillars. Carved with the protective visage of the ibis-headed god of wisdom, the silence here is immense, pressurized, almost painful. It is the silence of a library where every scroll holds its breath. The floor is covered in a deep layer of dust centuries, of undisturbed stillness, but standing proudly in the center of the room is a single pedestal of polished black granite. And resting upon that pedestal is a magnificent instrument. It is a copper sphere almost the size of a man's chest, intricately latticed with bands of silver. The sphere seems to absorb the light rather than reflect it, holding the room in a state of suspended twilight. Around the walls, shelves upon shelves are built into the stone, holding hundreds upon hundreds of papyrus. Scrolls tied with linen cord, we approach the central pedestal, moving with infinite care so as not to disturb the sleeping dust. Each step is slow, measured, intentional. The copper sphere is colder than the air around it, radiating a profound chill. It is covered in tiny pinprick holes representing constellations as they appeared long before the Common Era. This is Kemet's masterwork, his model of the heavens sealed away forever from the eyes of the uninitiated. I place the lamp gently near the base of the pedestal. The soft light illuminates one of the sphere, revealing a faint shimmering residue. Upon the metal surface is not dust, but something crystalline, something that catches the light with a fragile inner luminescence. Kemet wrote that his greatest secret lay not in the scrolls, but in the mechanism that held the scrolls' truth. A surface of the sphere is etched with an impossible complexity. It is a map, a calendar, a predictor, all fused into one beautiful silent form. We lean closer, feeling the profound weight of this ancient understanding. Soft, low humming sound begins. Now barely audible, a resonant thrumming deep within the copper structure. It is the sound of time keeping its own relentless rhythm. The humming pulses slowly like a deep, slow breath, and as it pulses, a of the sphere slides inward, revealing a small hollowed compartment within the metal shell. The compartment is lined with thin sheets of beaten gold, and within that golden nest rests a single object. It is not a scroll. It is a small piece of dark obsidian stone shaped into a perfect crescent moon. It emits no light, but seems to drink in the amber glow of the lamp making. The shadows deeper, more absolute, Kemet described, left us this enigmatic fragment, the first clue in his great puzzle. We touch the cold, smooth stone lightly, feeling the deep cold that seems to emanate from the earth itself. Holds the memory of countless silent nights. The humming of the copper sphere continues, soft, steady, hypnotic. The obsidian crescent seems to shift slightly in the golden compartment. It reveals a single etched symbol, a spiral that seems to draw the mind inward into the deepest, most silent depths of the dreaming sands. The heavy, humid silence holds the sleeping world captive. The deep velvet shadow still clings to the eastern walls of the Great Pyramid. Slowly, imperceptibly, the immense dark begins to thin. A pallid ochre light barely registers on the distant horizon line. It is the time of the earliest waking, the hour before the howler monkeys claim the canopy. With their ragged roar, a pervasive coolness lingers. A precious residue of the vanished night air touching the ancient stone faces. The jungle is cloaked in mist, a dense white shawl woven from the breath of the rivers and the damp earth. No is offered to the slowly approaching day. Only the profound, sustained hush deep within the stuccoed homes clustered at the feet of the colossal structures. A soft sound begins, a singular, insistent rhythm that will define the coming hours. It is the sound of the metate, the heavy basalt grinding stone, the foundation of all survival. Dedicated woman with hands calloused by countless cycles of labor kneels before the smooth hollow. Her task is the conversion of the soaked kernels of dried maize, the nixtamalized grain, into the soft, pale yielding masa flour. This is not a quick effort. This is the slow, persistent alchemy of sustenance. The mano, the rolling upper stone, is held firmly descending. With measured force, it crushes the grain against the metate surface, a sibilant whisper against the encroaching silence. Hush, shush, shush. The steady, relentless sound of the core ritual. Corn breaks down, relinquishing its hard shell, becoming a wet, fragrant paste. A profound earth scent rises, mingled with the sharp tang of the wood ash used in the alkaline preparation. The smell of potential energy. the promise of the steaming tortillas that will fuel the king and the commoner like her. Shoulders begin to ache. The repetitive motion demands patience, strength, and endurance. It is a labor inherited across generations, an unbroken chain of morning duty. Kernel pulverized is a moment of devotion to the family, to the city, to the divine. Order. The sky outside remains gray and indistinct, only the gradual lightning signals the passing of time. Air inside the small dwelling is thick with the rising dampness and the subtle sweetness of the fresh. Masa, she works in isolation, yeah. She is tied to every other woman in the sprawling city performing this exact same essential task. They are the engine of the morning, the silent, unseen architects of the daily meal. The damp paste is scraped, gathered, shaped into a heavy, moist loaf ready. For the komal, the flat clay griddle nearby, the fragile fire has been nursed back to life from the banked coals of the previous night. The thin smoke rises vertically through the thatched roof, a fragile column disappearing into the upper gloom. Smell of resinous pine and dry wood burning adds another layer to the morning perfume. The delicate tortillas are patted formed quickly, expertly between the palms. A rapid, rhythmic slap slap, a different sound, no lighter, faster, indicating completion. They are laid onto the warm clay. The heat instantly begins its transformation. The pale dough darkens slightly around the edges. Tiny bubbles forming on the surface, they must be turned at the precise moment to avoid burning, to achieve the perfect pliability. Quick, deft movements require years of practice, innate knowledge of temperature and timing. The first tortilla is always the test, the small offering of the day's work within. Mist still hangs low over the central plaza, where the enormous monuments stand silent and watchful. High priests are still deep within their chambers, observing the movements of the dawn stars. The noble scribe sleeps soundly, resting his hand. That will soon etch new glyphs into the soft limestone. But here the foundational work is well underway. The slow grind complete the baking. Commenced, the warmth of the clay penetrates the hands, a welcome relief from the pervasive chill of the wet stones. The first batch is ready, soft, fragrant, flexible bread that is both plate and meal other. Sounds begin to join the rhythmic slap and the soft hiss of the cooking dough. The dull thud of a nearby door opening, the low murmur of voices exchanging simple greetings, the rustle of dried leaves stirred by the awakening wind that shifts the humidity. A distant bird call, sharp and clear, breaks. The hypnotic drone of the jungle's heavy breath. The city is stirring slowly, reluctantly easing itself. Out of the long, deep shadow, the woman prepares the other items, the accompanying relishes, the bitter chocolate drink, cacao beans, ground finely mixed with water, and perhaps a touch of chili spice, a dense, thick, invigorating beverage for the early hours. The bitterness sharp and demanding cuts through the lingering sleepiness. This early morning is an exercise in routine and deep repetition in the steady, slow performance of non-negotiable tasks. The sun now attempts to pierce the dense canopy, casting elongated, deep shadows across the courtyards. The amber light struggles to find purchase in the thick vegetation. The stone lintels carved with the images of the ancestor kings begin to glow faintly, reflecting the emerging warmth. The laborers are beginning their march toward the fields or the quarry sites, their bare feet scuffing the packed earth, the sound muted by the jungle's natural absorption. They carry the tools of their trade, the polished obsidian blades, the heavy stone axes, the woven baskets. Their energy drawn entirely from the steam rising off the fresh corn cakes they carry wrapped in leaves. Pace of life here is dictated by the sun, the seasons, and the demands of the complex agricultural cycle. There is no room for haste, only for diligence and exactitude. The king himself, the Ki Huolajal, is now awake, receiving the first reports from his stewards. Breakfast will be prepared with the same masa flour, but perhaps blended with savory meats or delicate fowl. The fundamental ingredient remains the same, binding the entire social structure together. The noble families require more elaborate preparations, more finely ground spices, more exotic additions, yet the metate, the heart of the morning, has been the same for all the woman finishes. The last batch extinguishing the small fire with a sprinkle of water. Air clears slightly, the scent of smoke quickly replaced by the heavy, humid perfume of the rising day. She gathers the finished product, placing the warm tortillas carefully into the basket lined with thick green plantain leaves. Her duty for this of the day is done, temporarily yielding to the next essential task, cleaning. The metate, washing the smooth stones, freeing them of all residue, preparing them for the evening. Use the water used is carefully collected, not wasted, precious commodity in the long dry seasons. And the flow of water across the stone, a soft final sound indicating the cessation of the relentless grinding. The city is now fully awake, its immense stone architecture bathed in the full strength of the encroaching sun. The priests are ascending the staircases of the great pyramids to offer their blood and their prayers. The deep resonating sound of the conch shell trumpet announces the start of the royal rituals. The low vibrating tone carries across the expanse of the city, a sound both ancient and deeply hypnotic. It calls the people to attention, reminding them of the divine presence that governs their lives, their planting, their harvesting. Air temperature is climbing rapidly, the coolness of the early hours already dissipating. Humidity begins its relentless work, coating everything in a shimmering dampness. Heavy scent of blooming jungle flowers mingles with the faint metallic odor of the rising heat. The routine shifts from the domestic hearth to the public sphere, to the massive effort of city maintenance. The young men begin their laborious task of clearing the encroaching jungle from the plaza stones. The speed of the vegetation is astonishing, requiring constant vigilance, constant cutting back. The machetes and the obsidian axes swing in slow, powerful arcs, severing the resilient vines. Stroke is a battle against the overwhelming green that seeks to reclaim the constructed space. This daily conflict with the jungle defines the limits of the civilization, the line between ordered city and wild disorder. The ancient stone is revealed beneath the trailing moss and the thick fern growth. Etched glyphs, inscriptions detailing the reigns of forgotten kings are momentarily visible before the sun grows too harsh. The work is tedious, demanding absolute focus and persistent effort throughout the unrelenting heat. The stones must be maintained, the plazas swept, the massive reservoirs clean, the intricate network of canals and causeways must be kept clear for the movement of goods and people. The city of Mutul demands constant attention, constant labor from its dedicated population, from the quiet rhythmic grind of the morning masa to the heavy hacking of the vines. The routine is the foundation, the tedious, relentless repetition that holds the entire massive structure of the Maya civilization together is the unseen force, the steady, uncelebrated duty that ensures the continuation of the divine kingdom. The sun climbs higher, asserting its fiery dominance over the forest canopy. The shadows shrink closer to the base of the temples, offering less and less refuge. The day's hard labor has begun. In earnest, under the watchful gaze of the monumental pyramid, the endless work continues slowly, steadily, ensuring survival until the return of the deep velvet night. The constant effort, the deep, slow breath of the city persists. Work the quiet. Focus, the ancient routine continues. It flows onward, slowly, into the deepening heart of the Maya day. Stillness slowly yielded to the scrape of obsidian against the concave bedrock sound, etched deep into the ancient stone city before. The sun truly lifted above the eastern humid horizon. It was the persistent friction of basalt against basalt, the rhythmic work of the woman at the hearth. Her hands were cloaked in the pale velvet dust of the maize kernel, the most ancient sound of sustenance, the necessary music of the waking day. Humid air held the sound captive within the small domestic courtyard. No punctuation marks. The flow of time here, only the measured stroke of the grinding stone. The small kernels, the soft yellow seeds had already rested overnight in the alkaline bath, a deep transformative soak, the nixtamalization process known only to the wise ancestors. Subtle, sweet, earthy smell began to rise from the black Olya clay vessel, darkened and hardened by centuries of patient smoke. She tended the trinity of the hearth, 3 heavy stones set deliberately upon the cool earth floor. They were the anchors of the home, the silent witnesses to every meal. Small, dry pieces of hardwood were fed carefully into the narrow chamber beneath the stones. Whisper of warmth began to emanate, a subtle shift in the surrounding coolness. Thin, frail wisp of gray Smoke curled upward, searching for the light. It sought the small gaps in the dense palm thatch of the roof. The light it found was a muted amber, filtered and softened by the high jungle canopy. Repetitive motion demanded a deep meditation of muscle memory. Low, almost imperceptible hum beneath the woman's breath, a quiet concentration of effort. The dense weight of the cylindrical mano pressed down, transforming hardness into yielding flour. Each stroke was measured, precise, predictable, necessary. This was not hurried labor. This was the slow grinding of the long calendar round the days themselves. It seemed to dissolve into starchy dust. The dust then dissolved into thin, flat, circular cakes of life, a lifetime, measured by the movement of the forearms over the cool, unyielding stone. The muscles of the back remembered the essential rhythm, even when the tired mind drifted toward the deep velvet shadows of the past night outside. The compact courtyard walls, the dense, humid air hung motionless, undisturbed. The distant deep cry of a howler, monkey, sounded like a foundational rumble of ancient thunder. It was the voice of the wilderness, a constant, vast measurement of the jungle that pressed relentlessly upon the orderly, structured city. The air remained immensely thick, rich, with the powerful smell of damp earth and the surprising scent of blooming rare orchids. Sudden soft patter of small bare feet crossed the clay courtyard floor. Child, disturbed by the growing warmth and the insistent scrape of the stone, had risen. The child saw the silent mother defined by the slow, curling ribbon of smoke and the predictable movement of the hands. The profound knowledge of patient, necessary labor passed silently through the warming morning air. Generations upon generations had stood at this precise, essential spot. They handled the same enduring stone. They implemented the slow, quiet wisdom of the earth. The cool clay floor absorbed the first wave of warmth from the newly lit fire. It was a pervasive cooling sensation that spoke of stability of foundations laid deep beneath the churning jungle. Floor stone upon heavy stone upon heavy stone, the great city rose toward the pale, indifferent sky. Entire monumental complex breathed a slow, deep, measured breath of limestone and human sweat. The early morning demanded its essential offering of offering made not to the rain gods, but to the silent, persistent necessity of bare existence. The finely ground masa was collected and transferred into a broad, shallow basket. It was a smooth paste, pliable, ready for shaping. The woman's hands moved with an absolute economy of effort. No energy was wasted. No movement was extraneous. Small clay padding board was placed beside the basket, a gesture of quiet preparation, a final moment before the shaping. Began the light shifted painting stripes of soft brown and deep yellow across the packed earth. A distant sound of water being drawn from the central cistern drifted in the slow, deliberate lowering of a rope. The eventual splash followed by the steady drone of effort. The city was waking layer by slow layer, the domestic chorus rising around the silent temples. The grinding noise ceased, allowing the ear to focus on the smaller, more intimate sounds. The soft crackle of the newly lit fire consuming the dry wood, the faint buzzing of insects drawn by the warmth and the promise of moisture. The woman scooped a small, perfectly sized ball of the smooth masa. She placed it upon the board and flattened it with her strong palms. The sound was a soft, fleshy slap, a repetitive, gentle percussion. The shaping of the tortilla, the fundamental act of creation. It was the sun made visible, the circle of life made tangible and edible. This routine had been perfected over 3 millennia of constant practice. There was no thought required, only the movement of bone and tendon. Each tortilla was perfectly thin, uniform in size and density, ready for the hot, slightly curved clay comal resting atop the 3 hearthstones. She knelt patiently, her silhouette framed by the rising smoke column. The air began to thicken slightly with the pervasive smell of baking corn, comforting, dense carbohydrate aroma that signifies safety and continuation. The great plaza lay cloaked in a morning mist, a heavy, white veil beneath. That veil, the carved glyphs on the stele, remained mute and magnificent. Those immense stone pillars told of the kings of ritual of warfare and sacrifice, but the true history, the quiet history, was being enacted here at the dusty clay floor. The history Of the hands that fed the city, the silent, unwavering dedication to the earth's bounty, the first tortilla was lifted, carefully placed directly onto. The hot came out a delicate hiss, a sigh of moisture escaping the starchy structure. The edges began to curl, slightly darkening to a faint golden hue. She watched it intently, waiting for the subtle bubble that indicates perfection. The careful flipping of the cake ensuring uniform heat distribution. The entire process was a slow dance between heat and dough, between patience and immediate need. She used a small, folded piece of corn husk to protect her fingers from the intense heat, a simple tool perfected by necessity, passed down through untold generations. The fire crackled louder, now fully established. Fully alive, its orange light cast dancing shadows upon the deeply textured walls of the hut. The walls were made of woven reeds plastered smoothly with fine white river clay, smelled of straw and humidity, a scent inseparable from the concept of home. The child approached, drawn by the smell of the cooking corn. A small hand reached out tentatively toward the warmth of the Kamal. The mother gently guided the hand away, offering instead a small piece of the warm masa before it was cooked. The cool dough, the taste of lime and earth, the first sensation of the coming meal. This moment was repeated in thousands of similar small dwellings across the sprawling network of the kingdom, from the humblest field dwelling to the high chambers within. The palace compound, the sound of the maize being ground, was the heartbeat of the classic period. It pulsed beneath the lofty pronouncements of the rulers. The distant music of the flutes, the constant work of the stone carvers, it was the necessary background hum, the irreducible baseline of Maya civilization. The sun finally crested the eastern ridge, pouring its full golden light down onto the city. The mist evaporated quickly, revealing the sharp white brilliance of the limestone architecture. Light was harsh now, direct, demanding energy. The humid air instantly warmed, transforming the gentle morning into the oppressive weight of the day. The woman began to stack the finished tortillas, placing them neatly into a woven basket lined with clean cloth. The cloth kept the steam within, ensuring a soft, yielding texture. A perfect column of food rising steadily in the basket. She rose slowly, straightening her back, feeling the ancient familiar strain of the morning's work. Her gaze drifted briefly toward the open doorway, toward the majestic form of the nearest temple pyramid. It rose in silent splendor, a geometrical mountain of power and faith. Heights were cloaked in intricate carvings and bright pigments, telling stories of kings named Shield Jaguar and Lady Six Sky. But the woman knew the true center of the world was here on the packed earth floor, where the effort of the hands transformed the earth into life, where the slow, patient, repetitive act of creation was repeated. Day after endless day, she reached for the large water vessel, cool, smooth clay against her skin. The cool water felt immensely heavy, a comforting weight after the heat of the fire. She would now prepare the early morning drink, a thin, watery gruel, mixed with spices, sometimes chili, sometimes honey. Final ritual of the domestic waking. The taste would be sharp, cooling, immediate relief from the humidity and the effort. The sounds of the city now fully overlapped the sounds of the jungle distant. Shouts of men organizing work groups heading toward the distant agricultural fields. Sharp rhythmic tapping of the chert working shop as artisans fashioned tools and weapons. A low murmur of trade already beginning in the open plaza market, yet here in the quiet courtyard, only the soft sigh of the remaining embers spoke. The hearthstones radiated a lingering warmth, a deep heat sinking into the floor. She wiped the metate clean with a wet cloth, carefully removing every last speck of flour. Stone was returned to its resting place, awaiting the demands of the evening. Meal, the tools of sustenance, were revered, treated with profound respect. They were the mediators between humanity and the challenging earth. The stone was cool, hard, indifferent, yet utterly necessary. The air carried the faint metallic scent of rising dust, stirred by the increased activity of the city. Child, now fully awake, sat quietly chewing on the cool masa, watching the world move slowly into the full light. The mother moved without hurry, without hesitation. Every action was deliberate, inherited, flawless. She lifted the basket of freshly cooked tortillas, the day as promise secured. The weight of the food, the weight of responsibility, the quiet, steady weight of the civilization resting lightly upon her shoulders. The great city extended outward in all directions, a massive expanse of organized life, surrounded by the endless indifferent. Green pyramids, temples, palaces, reservoirs, causeways stretching out like veins of stone, all sustained by the slow, patient, repetitive labor performed in the cool shadows of their early dawn. The cycle completed the first essential offering made. The sun was high, now demanding the full tribute of effort. The deep hypnotic rhythm of the grinding stone was replaced by the steady, slow beat of footsteps moving out to face the world. Cool clay yielding to the warmth of the rising day, silent, enduring strength of the common life, continuing its ancient, unpunctuated narrative. Beneath the vast, indifferent sky, air here was thicker than the air outside the stone walls. It carried the weight of ages, untold, a palpable silence. A deep quiet settled upon his shoulders like a mantle of velvet dust motes danced in the lone shaft of moonlight piercing the high vault of the ceiling. Each fleck of gold, a tiny fragment of forgotten wisdom suspended in the dark. He moved slowly, deliberately across the chilled marble floor, his sandals whispering a faint dry sound against the polished surface. The sound was instantly absorbed, devoured by the vast echoing space. It was not a place of quick movements or hurried thoughts, demanded reverence, a hushed deceleration of the self. His gaze swept over the towering shelves rising into the darkness above shelves, lined with the bound knowledge of vanished kingdoms rose. Upon endless rows of papyrus scrolls resting in their cylindrical sleep leather, aged to the color of dark. Cinnamon lay heavy upon the cedar wood, the scent of dry ink. And ancient spice was intoxicatingly soft. It drifted like a delicate mist settling over the edges of consciousness. Reached out a gloved hand toward a scroll case near his elbowway. Case etched with the faded hieroglyphs of a river deity long forgotten. His fingers did not touch it, yet merely hovered millimeters above the surface, sensing the cold slumber of the ancient document within. He was searching for a specific volume, a chronicle known by its shadow name, the Book of Silent Shores, a dangerous whisper among the custodians of the deep archive. The pressure of the immense room pressed gently upon his brow. It was the accumulated weight of all that was known, and all that was irrevocably lost. He breathed in slowly, holding the breath until the air itself felt heavy with meaning, then released it softly like a spent sigh into the profound quiet. The high-arched windows were cloaked in darkness outside the walls, yet a faint luminescence seemed to radiate from the scrolls themselves, phosphorescence. Born of pure potentiality, the knowledge patiently waiting, he walked deeper into the labyrinth of columns and stacked wisdom, the aisles narrow and serpentine, requiring careful navigation through the shadowed space, each step sinking him further into the deep historical velvet of the place. He remembered the words of the elder keeper etched into his memory, the library guards, its secrets more fiercely than any watchful sphinx. It only yields to the stillness of a truly prepared heart. He felt the presence of others long gone before him, spectral shades of thinkers and philosophers who had paced these very stones, their intellectual inquiries still echoing faintly in the cool stone structure, their endeavors imprinted upon the very air he now inhaled slowly. He paused beside a massive column, fluted and worn, smooth by millennia of contact. His purpose here was clear, though fraught with silent peril, to retrieve the final fragments of a prophecy concerning the Great Flood, a cyclical disaster that official historians dismissed as mere myth, but which the inner sanctum knew was scheduled to return. He ran his fingers over the dust of the shelf dust that was arguably the finest residue of history itself. He searched for the reserve specifically for the Atlantean Chronicles stories written not by contemporary men but transcribed from memory into the ancient stone. He found the designated alcove hidden behind false panel of oxidized bronze. The panel slid away with a soft metallic shushing sound, barely audible, revealing a space where only 4 scrolls rested, isolation, each wrapped in thick purple linen bound tightly with intricate silver wire. They seemed to pulse with a low faint internal amber light. He reached for the central one, heavier and colder than the others as. His fingers closed around the rough linen of the scroll. A faint, distant sound resonated from the immense depths of the library structure. Not a footstep, not a human cough or a sigh, but the distinct sound of shifting water. Liquid ripple far, far below the foundations of the building. It was a mystery woven into the very fabric of the silence, a mystery that hinted at what lay beneath the deep bedrock, ancient stone. The presence of something vast and damp and unknowable resting below. He held the scroll tightly, his heartbeat slowing to match the rhythm of the surrounding quiet. The shifting sound faded, but its cold, wet echo remained. In the hollows of his mind, he knew now that the library was not just storing history above the ground. It was built upon it, and perhaps directly above the very thing it sought to describe. Turned his focus back to the scroll case, its surface cold and hard and unforgiving. What ancient current had he just briefly awakened? What secret artery of the earth had just briefly pulsed beneath his waiting feet? The scribe stood suspended in the amber half-light of the hidden chamber, the scroll heavy and his hands heavy with the profound burden of its truth. He had only just begun to read the first etched symbol upon the case. Stylized wave breaking over a sinking silent city. The symbol seemed to breathe faintly beneath his careful touch. He felt a deep oceanic pull, a drowsy descent toward the crushing cold depth. The library air seemed to grow thick with brine, and the scent of distant decay and salt, a warning, perhaps a final spectral caution from the depths. He realized the true difficulty of his task was not the reading of the words, but the understanding of the vast silence between them. Unspoken horror of the inevitable returning water. He closed his eyes gently, letting the image of the scroll imprint itself upon his inner vision. A haunting image of the sunken city forever lost, and as he stood there poised between the hushed knowledge and the creeping, deep another softer sound emerged from the furthest darkened aisle of the archive, a sound like dry sand shifting slowly through an immense hourglass, slow and endless and utterly inevitable in its measured passing. It was the sound of time itself, whispering its patient warning. Scribe knew he could not linger any longer in this suspended quiet. The story was only just beginning. To unfold its heavy, weary pages, he secured the profound scroll beneath his arm, its presence a cold anchor in the vastness. Took a single measured step toward the lightless exit of the alcove, and the sound of the shifting sand stopped instantly, completely replaced only by the cold, hard weight of the surrounding silence. He felt the presence, the distant awareness watching him from the shadows. Not malicious, merely observant, infinitely patient, like the slow turning of a colossal unseen gear. Deep beneath the bedrock of the world, drifted now toward the corridor of ancient stone and deeper shadow. The library's true mystery remained. Profoundly unsolved was the sound he heard, the warning of the flood, already beginning its inexorable return, or was it merely the echo of the endless long sleep of history itself sinking below? He moved forward, drawn onward toward the unknown light of the next silent chamber. The great volume beneath his arm pulsed faintly in the velvet darkness. For the true dawn that would never quite arrive in this place, and somewhere beneath the ancient stone, deep in the waterlogged cold foundations. Faint, slow current continued its patient, heavy turn, a promise of deep mystery waiting to greet the next moment of hushed stillness. He felt the story pull him downward into a deeper, calmer sleep. The secrets of the sunken world hovering just beyond his waking thought. The quiet embrace of the archive holding him gently suspended between the knowledge of what was and the dread of what must inevitably be. Long, slow journey through the hushed corridors of forgotten time awaited him. He disappeared into the shadow, leaving only the scent of cedar and old paper behind. The air settled thick and heavy. And still in the chamber, waiting patiently for the next quiet movement or the next soft breath of the deep story. Air itself feels heavy and cool against the skin of the city. A dense dew still clings to the broad leaves of the jungle canopy high. Above the humid floor, the quiet hush of the Maya metropolis is not absolute silence, but a collection of distant soft sighs. This hour before the proper rising of the sun is truly cloaked in profound indigo, a color deep and slow, like cooling volcanic glass, is the time when the deep sleep begins to thin like morning mist, dissolving into the increasing warmth from within the small cluster of simple domestic dwellings, comes. The first sound of purposeful labor is a slow rhythmic scrape, a grinding. Sound deep and reassuringly repetitive in a humid stillness. The sound belongs to the metate, the heavy volcanic stone trough that serves as the silent heart of every Maya, home, woman, perhaps named Ixchel, rests her weight into the smooth stone. Pressing the wet kernel against the grit, the long grinding stone, called the mano, moves back and forth with deliberate, slow power crushing the softened grain. This is the daily devotion, the grinding of the nixtamalized maize preparing the sacred fundamental fuel of their lives, sound of patient hard work etched into the very stones of time itself, a sound that defines the deep. Quiet civilization. The maize has been soaking since the previous afternoon, transformed by the slow magical process of nixtamalization tar. Or perhaps hardwood ashfly has been used to slowly soften the tough outer shell of the kernel. This chemical alteration renders the corn digestible, unlocking the vital niacin hidden deep inside the golden heart ears. A culinary wisdom practiced across millennia. A quiet fundamental knowledge passed down through the centuries. The resulting prepared grain, called kayam, is now wet and swollen, ready for the slow, relentless reduction into masa, a sticky pale dough. Small fire burns low in the hearth, casting an amber light that struggles against the pre-dawn gloom clinging to the wooden posts. The smoke rises slowly, a thin, blue-green velvet drifting reluctantly toward the open roof rent above the low flame. A smell of rich wood smoke mingled with the sweet and slightly sour scent of the wet processing corn hangs. Heavy in the humid air is the scent of permanence, the odor of survival and continuity in this ancient stone landscape. Back and forth, the stone hand moves, applying steady pressure to the damp grains held fast by the wide trough back. And forth the metate accepts the friction, yielding the rough material to the slow power of a human body. This precise motion has been repeated perhaps 300 times every single morning for 300 generations. The sheer weight of this endless repetition is profoundly, deeply soothing, creating a meditative sonic blanket. It is the anchor against the chaos of the encroaching jungle, the solid rhythmic beat of civilization holding steadily against the wilderness. Downward push. Each slow returning stroke is a commitment to the long, hot day ahead. Each scrape is a whispered acknowledgement of the debt owed to the maize god, Hun. Hanaku, the source of all earthly sustenance. The grinding never rushes. It is measured, it is inevitable, it is deeply reassuring to the sleeping households around them. Process demands time, it refuses haste, it insists upon a steady, uniform pace. That mimics the rotation of the distant stars. The wet ground dough slowly collects a pale, wet mountain, forming along the clean edge of the heavy stone. Excel scoops the thick, wet masa with her cupped palm, feeling the slight warmth retained from the fire nearby and the grinding friction. The texture is dense yet pliable, yielding perfectly to the patient pressure of her strong fingers. She gathers the masa, carefully placing the sticky dough into a wide, porous pottery bowl. The hands that perform this task are themselves ancient instruments, skilled beyond conscious thought. By the accumulated years of practice, every movement is economical. Every gesture serves only the essential task of preparation. She begins the process of portioning, preparing the dough for the final transformation into food. She rolls a small orb between her hands, preparing the first tortilla of the rising sun. The simple geometric perfection of the spheres itself, a small daily marvel of domestic engineering. She then begins to pat the orb, slowly, gently, rhythmically, flattening it between the cushioning warmth of her palm. Pa, pa, pa. Sound is lighter, now softer than the grinding stone, a gentle, percussive sigh. Repeating in the quiet air, it is the sound of nourishment becoming ready, of the tedious labor nearing its sweet fruition. The small circle of compressed dough holds the energy needed for the architects of the magnificent limestone cities contains. The stamina required to climb the pyramidal slopes of the temples when the sun burns high is the necessary sustenance, essential and unadorned, the fuel for building the colossal structures outside the small dwelling. The first small, flat disc is placed carefully onto the komal, the broad flat clay griddle already heating over the low flame. The fires carefully monitored the embers. Glowing red, casting deep shadows on the mud walls, a slow, steady heat is required to cook the dense masa. Thoroughly without scorching its fragile surface, a thin wisp of steam immediately begins to rise, ghost-like from the edges of the flat. Round disc, the surface changes hue, transitioning slowly from a dull wet white to a slightly warmer creamy pale. Color, the tortilla needs only a few moments before it must be turned, requiring a quick, graceful movement of the hand. A moment after the flipping, the heat trapped inside causes the dense dough to puff slightly in the center. This perfect ballooning indicates success of lightness of structure, achieved through careful labor and precise temperature control. The warm smoke continues to fill the small room, yet the air remains perfectly calm, the slow, steady ritual unfolding the scent of the fresh. Cooking corn is the most comforting perfume of the ancient world. The great carved stela sleep soundly in the center of the royal enclosure, waiting for the sun to illuminate their etched stories. Astronomers remain dreaming of their deep calendrical calculations and the movements of the planet Venus, but here in the damp warmth of the simple dwelling life continues its necessary slow, circular routine. The grinding will begin immediately after the first batch of tortillas is finished. The rhythmic scraping calls the rest of the world awake in this timeless humid space. It is the heartbeat of the classic period city, the sound of constant, endless, humble repetition. The foundation upon which the mighty stone temples rest is simply the slow rhythmic turning of the hand over the stone. The cycle is absolute. The repetition is profound. The sleep is deep and slow and long. Sound of the grinding stone continues its steady, hypnotic invitation, calling you deeper into the quietude of the ancient stone world. The pale steam rises and dissolves into the pre-dawn air, carrying the scent of slow, inevitable survival. The morning breath of the jungle remained thick and moisted, clung to the woven cotton skirts and settled deep into the porous plaster. Of the household walls, the air was cloaked in the scent of damp earth and the faintest memory of last night's cooking fire. Deep silence held the pre-dawn world, a profound hush before the cacophony of the tropical sun. The family stirrings began. Subtle as the unfurling of a fern frond, the ancient stone floor beneath the feet was cool. A perfect anchor against the rising humidity was the hour of the metate, the tireless grinding of life itself. A woman named Zak knelt down, her posture perfected. Over countless seasons of labor, she was framed by the open doorway where the sky was just beginning to bruise with purple and soft gold. Large basalt grinding stone lay before her, heavy, etched with the ceaseless work it had absorbed. This stone was more than an implement. It was a ritual heart beating sustenance into the day. She reached for the manos, the heavy obsidian roller. Polished, smooth by generations of hands, the kernels of maize, dried and hardened by the sun, waited patiently for their transformation. They were white jewels of the earth, the gift of the god, waiting to surrender their form stock. Poured a careful measure onto the rough surface, a small cascade of rattling music then. The work began, a movement slow and immensely rhythmic. The sound was not sharp, but rather deep, comforting. Friction grinding against stone, against the absolute permanence of the earth. SSHH, whoosh, the sound traveled softly across the small courtyard. It was the sound of persistence, a whisper of survival that echoed through every humble Maya dwelling. The motion was back and forth, a steady pressure that required strength, pulled from the deep reservoirs of the body. Shoulders moved smoothly. Her hands gripped the obsidian, firmly controlling the power needed to crush the hard grains. A fine white powder began to bloom beneath the stone dust of life, slowly accumulating it. Smelled sweet and earthy, pure essence of the milpa, the field where the seed had been planted and tended. The sun was now fully breaching the horizon, slicing the sky with saffron light. The dense canopy outside the palisade began to shimmer and drip with color. But inside the house, the labor continued untouched by the sudden brilliance. The paste grew thick, rich masa, ready to be mixed with water and formed into the thin round cakes of tortillas each. Tortilla was a circle of necessity, a solar symbol on the communal platter. Preparation demanded time, a slow surrender to the process that could never be rushed. No sudden movements, no haste, only the steady hypnotic cycle of the metate elsewhere. In the dwelling, the youngest child still slept wrapped in a blanket woven from thick maguey fiber. Blanket was soft yet rough and comforting. Scratch against the cheek, the father Kinchich rose silently, his movements practiced in quiet. He stepped out into the humid dawn air, drawing a long breath of the morning petrichor. The smell of rain and wet stone was pervasive, a constant reminder. The jungle's heavy presence. He stretched his limbs, preparing them for the arduous day. Ahead in the cultivation fields, his skin was the color of rich loam, darkened by the relentless sun, a skin that understood the earth. He wore a simple loincloth, the X that provided freedom of movement for chopping and planting. His tools were few but sacred, the sharpened axe head made of dark green jadeite. This jadeite was heavy, cool to the touch, reflecting the status of his household. Even in its modest form, he checked the water gourds, ensuring they were full for the long trek out to the milpa. The milpa was a patch of cleared forest land, several hours' walk away. A temporary sanctuary carved from the eternal green the slash and burn technique required. Immense effort, the jungle fought constantly to reclaim its territory. He would spend the day working the soil, turning the earth, ensuring the mounds were ready for the next cycle of planting. He thought of the recent prayers offered to Chak the rain, deity whose generosity determined their survival. The moisture was essential, the very lifeblood of the civilization, etched onto the stones of the great temples. As he stood there in the growing heat, he looked up at the silhouette of the distant pyramids. Tiered steps rose towards the sky, a silent giant watching over the community. Surface of the stone was ancient, dark, slick with moss and the passage of centuries. Every block, every carved stela represented countless days of labor similar to his own. The labor of the peasant, the farmer, the builder, all converging to support the divine structure above. He felt the weight of that connection, the invisible thread tying his simple grinding existence to the monumental glory of the kings, the Aho, whose rule was absolute, whose rituals ensured the movement of the celestial bodies. It was a vast, slow hierarchy maintained by the steady flow of maize and obedience. He turned away from the vision of the pyramid and prepared his mind for the fields. Eldest son, Kun, a boy of 10 years, was already strapping a burden basket onto his own small bakun, would accompany his father, learning the deep silent language of the farming cycle. The patience needed to wait for the sprout, the timing needed. For the burn, it was an education measured not in glyphs, but in calluses and the smell of sun-baked soil. The mother Zalk had finished the grinding, now gently clapping the tortillas into shape. Pat, pat, pat. The soft percussive sound filled the inner chamber. The masa felt yielding supple beneath her palms, transforming from paste to flat bread. She placed them carefully onto the clay griddle. The komal, which rested above the slow, smoldering fire smoke, rose thinly into the air, a blue-gray column that carried the aroma of roasting corn. The fire was meticulously controlled, fed by small dry sticks collected the day before. Waste was unknown. Every twig, every kernel, every breath of heat was precious. She flipped the tortillas, watching them puff up, slightly turning golden brown at the edges. These were the foundations of the day, the silent promise of energy. Kanich and Kun shared a brief, quiet meal, standing near the doorway, savoring the fresh warmth of the tortillas. There were no elaborate goodbyes, no sudden bursts of noise, just the quiet exchange of necessary words. They dipped the corn cakes into a thin sauce made of chili and a little salt, simple, intense flavor. Then they moved out, stepping onto the beaten earth path that led away. From the residential mounds, the world outside was now fully awake. A deep thrumming orchestra of insects and birds. The cicadas droned a persistent, high-pitched sound that vibrated the very air howler. Monkeys began their territorial calls, a deep guttural roar that seemed to shake the distant canopy. It was the voice of the forest, wild, untamed, constantly pressing in on the margins of human life. The men walked slowly, deliberately, conserving energy for the heat that would peak near midday. The path was uneven, winding through secondary growth past other similar clusters of houses. Yard contained its own miniature world, its own ongoing rhythm of the metate and the komothi. Past a woman tending her small medicinal garden where pungent herbs grew beneath the shade. She nodded a silent recognition of shared labor and shared time. The pace was never rushed. The sun dictated the speed. The Maya understood the deep necessity of measured effort against the overwhelming power of the tropical environment. Every step was an affirmation of their right to exist in this fertile but demanding landscape. As they walked, the jungle closing around them, swallowing the sounds of the settled area. The air grew heavy, saturated with moisture from the dense undergrowth. It observed the smallest details. The shifting shadows, the movement of a snake across the path. He read the forest as others might read a book, the signs of water, the presence of game, the history of the trails. Kuhn walked behind, imitating his father's steady gait, learning the silent lessons of the jungle. Wisdom, he felt the weight of the basket, a training in burden bearing a preparation for manhood. The straps cut slightly into his forehead, teaching him resilience in discipline hours, past marked only by the shifting angle of the light filtering through the canopy. When they finally reached the milpa, the sensation was one of sudden open space. It was a broad clearing, a temporary respite from the vertical intensity of the jungle walls. The sun beat down directly here, warming the exposed black earth. The stubble from the last harvest remained evidence of the cycle now ending, and the cycle soon to begin. Kinich set down his axe and surveyed the land, his expression serious. He saw areas where the soil looked rich and dark, ready to accept the seed. He saw other spots where the roots of the encroaching trees were already attempting to send runners back into the field. The jungle was a patient and relentless enemy. The work began with the hoe, a careful breaking up of the compacted earth. Kinich swung the heavy implement with smooth, practiced efficiency. The movement was repetitive, hypnotic, a slow dance with the soil. The earth yielded reluctantly, giving up its hold in clumps. Kuhn worked alongside him, smaller but earnest, pulling out the stubborn weeds and roots that littered the ground. He piled them into small heaps for later burning, ensuring the land was clean and ready. The silence between them was profound. Only the sounds of the tools striking the earth punctuated the heat. They communicated through gesture and shared rhythm, a deep understanding rooted in generational farming. This quiet cooperation was the bedrock of their society, the strength found in a family unified. Midday, the heat was immense, a tangible, oppressive weight that settled on the shoulders. The direct sun scorched the exposed skin, demanding a continuous supply of water. Kinich paused and took a long, slow drink from the water gourd, the cool liquid providing momentary relief. Looked up at the sky, which was a perfect, intense blue, utterly cloudless. He thought of the priests in the great city, calculating the heavens, the movements of Venus and the moon. Their knowledge seemed so vast, so distant from the immediate reality of sweat and dirt. Yet his work here was the foundation of their power, the tribute that flowed from the earth to the temple. He knew that later he would have to take a measure of the newly ground maize back to the city storehouses. A portion of the yield always belonged to the Ahau. To the complex mechanism of the state, this was the nature of the compact, the relationship between the peasant and the divine ruler. The tribute provided security, protection, the maintenance of the complex calendar system that ordered their liviskun. Lay down briefly in the sparse shade cast by a pile of dead brush, resting his weary muscles. He watched a column of large leaf cutter ants marching across the dirt, carrying impossibly large green fragments. Their tiny, relentless movement mirrored the immense slow labor of the human world. He knew that the rhythm of the day would soon change. The slow raking of the ground would give way to the precise act of planting. They would use the planting stick, the sharp-pointed tool that created the perfect small hole for the seeds. 3 seeds would be dropped into each hole, an offering to the earth, a prayer for abundance. The trinity of maize, beans, and squash would be planted together, a symbiotic relationship beneath the soil. This mixed planting ensured fertility and maximized the yield, a profound agricultural wisdom perfected over millennia. Kinich returned to the hoe work, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was aware of the passage of time, not in mechanical minutes, but in the decline of the sun's intensity. He felt the subtle shift in the wind, a slight stirring that might signal the afternoon. Cloud built up, The sound of the hoe striking the earth continued a relentless, slow meditation. The world was distilled down to the singular action, the necessity of preparing the ground. It was a task that offered no complexity, only honest. Demanding physicality, in that simplicity lay a quiet peace, a sense of purpose that transcended the towering temples. Stone of the field was older than the stone of the pyramid and far more essential as the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, pulling. The humidity slightly down, Kinich called for a break. They ate the remaining cool tortillas, chewing slowly, savoring the texture and the dense, caloric energy. He pointed out a distant ceiba tree, the sacred tree whose roots stretched deep into the underworld. The canopy of the ceiba touched the heavens, connecting all realms of existence. He spoke softly to Kuhn about the importance of reverence for the land, not just fear of the gods. The land sustained them and deserved respect far exceeding mere utilization. They spoke little of the great city, of its bustling markets, or its complex rituals. Their conversation was centered on the immediate survival. The depth of the soil, the hope for timely rain, the focus was always present, always fixed. On the meticulous tasks at hand, the air started to carry the distinctive scent of approaching moisture, a hint of ozone and damp forest floor. They gathered their tools, preparing to return to the pathway before the evening rains made the journey. Treacherous, the return journey was always quieter, more reflective, weighted by the day's exertion. The setting sun cast long, dramatic shadows across the winding path, transforming the jungle into a realm of deep mystery. The green velvet of the forest seemed to deepen, absorbing the remaining light. Kinich carried the tools. Kuhn the empty water gourds. The burdens now shifted to reflect the completion of the work. They walked with the shared satisfaction of having performed the tedious necessary motions of the day. The repetition was the safety, the predictable cycle that ensured their place in the universe. As they approached the outskirts of the settlement, the sounds of domesticity returned. The faint, distant echo of voices, the smell of wood smoke. Once more, hanging in the air, they heard the low rhythmic sound of someone else grinding maize, perhaps a neighbor preparing the evening meal. It was a shared auditory landscape, a collective heartbeat of the community. The work of the day was done, but the work of existence never truly ceased. They would eat, they would sleep, and the inevitable grinding would begin at the first hint of amber light. The true power of the Maya civilization was not only in the height of its temples, but in the infinite recurrence of this simple, powerful rhythm, the deep, steady, unwavering movement of the farmer in the field and the woman at the stone. The air within the scriptorium was an immense velvet weight resting upon the chest, hush so profound it seemed to absorb very memory of sound. We moved down not through corridors of wood or plaster, but through tunnels carved entirely from silence. Each shelf was a solemn ridge linear of history untold. The scent of dry cedar and fine stone dust mingled with something far older, the ghost of fire, perhaps the memory of smoke that once kissed the clay Nazrullah. Cloak brushed against the piled strata of the ancient world. His movement was the gentlest ripple in a stagnant pool of time. He carried the small oil lamp casting. Elongated amber flares, the light danced over the cuneiform science housings upon thousands of tiny wedges. Language sleeping, sound latched into hardened earth. This was Nineveh's secret hearth. Archive of Ashurbanipal's boundless curiosity. The Royal Library was less a room and more a continent of thought. Walked along aisles where epics lay sleeping side, treatises on the movements of Ishtar and prophecies that had whispered at the fate of empires long gone. Every tablet held a lifeless story. A calculation frozen in the kill's fierce heat awaiting the moment of waking. Great King had sought to gather all knowledge under one roof of shadow. He commanded that the scribes record all that was ever known from Sumerian hymns of creation till Babylonian recipes for royal feasts. Nazrullah paused near Seshware. The light barely penetrated the stacked clay. This he murmured without voice holds the most fragile secrets. The tablets here are cloaked in the deepest reverence. They concern the matters not of the earth, but of the ethereal spheres. He lifted one with infinite care. It was smaller than the rust dust. Motes spun wildly in the lamp's brief beam, reflecting off the baked surface. The clay was a fine pale gold, unlike the coarser red. brick of the main halls, I felt an invisible tremor pass through the air as if the weight of its content disturbed the stillness. The wedges were impossibly neat, written by a hand of extreme discipline. Nasrullah did not read the signs aloud. He simply held the object, allowing its dense silence to speak volumes in the heart. He spoke of the Tablet of Whispers, not this specific piece, but the legend that haunted this particular wing of the sleeping library, single document rumored to have been hidden by Ashurbanipal himself, not for safekeeping, but for ultimate forgetting it, was said to contain the mechanism for unmaking the grandest illusion. The illusion that time itself moves only forward. If such a thing existed, it would not be placed near the mundane. Records not near the astronomical charts or the official royal decrees. It would be buried beneath layers of silence and deep forgotten thought. We moved deeper, still following the invisible trail of legend. The ceiling pressed low, the air grew cooler. Faint metallic scent began to penetrate the cedarwood dust, like the distant ringing of a ceremonial beller. Perhaps just the rush of blood in the air, the shelves gave way to deep nickus carved into the natural bedrock. This chamber was clearly older than the library built above a subterranean vault where the foundations of Nineveh began here. The tablets were not neatly filed. They were stored in large, unglazed, ampery earthen jars sealed millennia agwith. Thick between page, they looked like sleeping eggs shouldering the unhatched past. We knelt before one immense jar taller than a man. Its surface was rough and scarred by the passage of countless ages. Nasrullah placed his ear gently against the coarse clay, listening. To the silence within, he recounted the story of the last scribe who sealed these jars. A man named Nabukuzushu's hands trembled not from age, but from the sheer weight of the knowledge he was burying. Abushashus knew the storm was coming. He knew the Medes and the Babylonians were closing their deadly ring around the city's high walls. His final duty was not to record history, but to safeguard its potential future. Allow it to sleep beneath the coming ash until a gentler dawn arrived. He packed these jars with texts deemed too dangerous for immediate burning, texts that detailed the lost knowledge of the deep waters and the methods of communicating with creatures beneath the shifting sand. Nasrullah slowly began to scrape away the ancient hardened pitch. It cracked with a faint sound like ice breaking on a winter pond. The metallic scent intensified, mixed now with a subtle fragrance like dried desert blooms carried on a phantom wind. He reached inside the narrow opening, his hand disappearing into the darkness. We waited in that timeless hush, the only observers of this silent unsealing. The lamp flickered once a single breath of light, dying and being reborn. Withdrew his hand, slowly holding a small object. It was not a tablet of baked clay. It was something else entirely, a cylinder of deep green stone, smooth and perfectly polished. The stone itself seemed to absorb light rather than reflected it. Was etched with symbols not of cuneiform, but of something far more archaic, symbols that felt inherently wrong out of place in this Assyrian vault. They spiraled around the cylinder's surface like a path of an incomprehensible star. A profound sense of chilling antiquity emanated from the cool stone. Nasrullah held it carefully as if it might dissolve. At the slightest touch, he recognized the form, the terrible meaning. This green stone was older than some, are older than the recorded kings. Belonged to the whispered agate before the great flood. Its cylinder was a Kuduru relica boundary, stone marking dominion, but not the dominion of kings over lands, but the dominion of deep forces over the waking world. His eyes were distant, no fixed on a memory that was not his own. He spoke of the forgotten language of the serpent priests, Ha-tung. That described the movement of rivers not as flowing water, but as living veins in the body of the earth, pumping the blood of the planet. He turned the cylinder, slowly allowing the etched spirals to catch the dim lighting. One specific spot. Symbols seemed to shift, to move ever so subtly, like a slow inhalation. It felt less like reading a text and more like listening to a heartbeat. A pulse that had been muted for 4,000 years now, stirring in the vault's silence. This stone piece was the true keynote to the library's treasures, but to the sealed chamber below the foundation, one Ashurbanipal never catalogued. A chamber guarded by the deep earth and the crushing weight of Nineveh above. He traced one symbol with a fingertip looping, not that defied geometry. This symbol, he whispered, is the sign of the sleeper, the one who watches the world turn from the space between shadows. He placed the green cylinder gently onto the stone floor. The air in the vault thickened, instantly bumming. Viscous and heavy, a low hum began to vibrato. The bedrock beneath our knees, it was not the sound of wind earth, the grinding of stone. It was a sustained musical chord too low for human hearing, a sound that resonated directly in the center of the skull. The light of the oil lamp began to dim drastically, the amber flare shrinking to a mere sparkle to fight the growing darkness. Nasrullah looked towards the opposite wall, one made of sheer native rock. The stone was smooth and featureless until this moment. Now a faint luminescence began to pulse beneath the surface, soft, slow blue. Light like moonlight filtered through deep water. The source of the hum was clearly there within the heart of the ancient stone. The blue light grew stronger, revealing an outline, the shape of a perfectly sealed door, etched not by a craftsman's chisel, but by the gradual pressure of unimaginable forces. This was the entrance to the lowest vault chamber of the unwritten past. The air was now intensely cold of freezing. Stillness that gripped the lungs. The smell of earth and bitumen was replaced by the sharp ozone scent of energy. Nasrullah rose slowly, his gaze unwavering. He stepped toward the luminous seal, leaving the light of the dying lamp behind the green stone. Cylinderly on the floor behind him began to vibrate, furiously humming its ancient low chord. The spirals on its surface seemed to glow with internal fire. The blue light from the rock walls suddenly flared, brilliantly engulfing the vault in a silent, blinding flash of oceanic illumination. When the light faded, ancient door remained closed. But the chamber felt irrevocably changed, permeated by a deep, penetrating cold. Nasrullah stood motionless before the wall, his silhouette swallowed by the sudden darkness. He reached out his hand slowly toward the faint blue outline of the seal. His fingers met not stone, but a sensation of liquid mercury, cold, frictionless, and utterly silent. Pushed gently, and the ancient rock did not grind or break it, simply rippled like the surface of a disturbed pool. The opening that appeared was not a carved archway. It was a momentary gap in the fabric of the sleeping earth, a deep inhalation off the primeval world beyond. The threshold was not a chamber filled with tablets, but a gulf of absolute nothingness, cloaked in a deep velvet black void that seemed to pull at the senses, drawing the very breath from the lungs. Chilled deeper than any physical coldest silence, more profound than the library's hush. Nasrullah turned his head slightly, his eyes catching the fading amber of the distant lamp. He spoke one word, only, his voice thin and distant. The Abzuth, source of the first waters, deep chaotic sleep. He hesitated on the very edge of that terrifying threshold. His shadow stretched across the vault floor toward the remnants of the ancient archives. The path back to the waking world seemed suddenly miles away. He lifted his foot, slowly, ready to step from time into the chilling blackness off the buried origin. A final faint pulse of blue light escaped the void, illuminating for a fleeting instant a single object lying just inside the threshold. It was a shard of obsidian glass, razor thin and perfectly clear, etched with a single symbol, familiar yet hauntingly alien. The sign of the coiled serpent waiting for the warmth of the sun. Nasrullah paused, his forward motion arrested by the obsidian shard seemed to whisper memory of its terrible purpose. He reached forth, his fingers stretching toward the cold edge. But before he could touch the shard, a soft plume of white vapor drifted out of the void. It curled around the obsidian like a phantom searching for lost warmth, and then the vapor began to coalesce, thicken and darken, taking on a recognizable form of shape that belonged neither to stone nor shadow. It was the outline of a hand-long skeletal reaching. Its movement was agonizingly slow, a silent reaching across the immense gulf. It stretched toward the green stone cylinder, still humming softly on the floor. Nasrullah retracted his arm, instantly, his eyes wide with startled recognition. This was not the silence of sleeping knowledge. This was the stillness of waiting hunger. The skeletal hand hovered, a silent promise of inevitable contact, and the faint light of the distant oil lamp finally died, leaving you was suspended in the absolute and breathing blackness of the lowest vault, with only the low vibration off the forgotten stone for company and the silent presence of the reaching hand waiting for us to drift just a little. Closer, the air was a heavy velvet indigo cloaked. Still in the deep breath of the tropical night, no. Light yet pierced the woven cane walls of the dwelling only. A pervasive dampness clung to the rough fibers of the sleeping mat. The vast pyramid of the sun god rested silently above the jungle canopy, a jagged silhouette against the star-pricked dome. Even the great plazas etched in ancient stone were hushed, waiting for the fiery resurrection of Kinich. How the sun lowered deep within the smaller clustered houses away from the ceremonial heart. A faint rustle disturbed the profound calm, the persistent murmur of the Kokam mother rising before the parrot call, before the howler monkeys offered their guttural dawn prayers, her body accustomed to the demanding cadence of the Maya world moved with practiced quietude upon the compacted earth floor. The scent of cool earth and stored dry maize mingled with the humidity. She reached for the fire pit, a shallow circle of smooth river stones, the embers deep beneath. The white ash were coaxed back to a weak life. A gentle breath encouraged the faint red glow. Small fragile flame stuttered, then caught upon a shard of copal wood. A thin veil of sweet smoke drifted upward. It carried the ghost scent of pine and resin, a protective blessing upon the household. This was the first duty of the long cycle of the day, the reawakening of the essential warmth, the heat that would transform the stubborn kernels of the nixamalhers before the sky showed its first wash of pink. The soaked maize lay heavy and swollen in its deep clay pot, softened by the alkaline bath of burned lime and water. It was ready for the labor of metate. The grinding stone was worn smooth and concave over generations, etched with the steady effort of countless hours of dawn work. Kokam knelt, settling her shoulders against the persistent ache. She grasped the mano, the heavy cylindrical grinding stone. Her hands knew its texture, its specific weight, its cool hard reality. The persistent rhythm began a slow dragging scrape of basalt against basalt. Rick, Shrek, Rick, low, and even a sound absorbed by the thickness of the pre-dawn air. It was the heartbeat of the classic period household, the grinding of the masa, the primordial dough. This labor was constant, relentless, demanding a deep physical submission. Each handful of maize transformed into a moist, creamy paste, thickening slowly under the steady downward pressure. The paste collected in a small mound at the far end of the stone, perfectly white, perfectly pliable, perfectly ready. Her movements were economic, never wasted, never hurried. Pure efficiency born of necessity, not choice. The grinding would continue until the sun stood high above the forest, filling the morning with the promise of tortillas and tamales, the sustenance of the ruling Kehol Ajan to the simplest farmer. All life was built upon this patient, relentless breaking down of the corn. The sound was hypnotic, almost musical if one listened without need. Just sound becoming silence, becoming sound. The soft gray light began its hesitant entrance. It slipped through the roof thatch and the small gaps in the mud. Walls it painted the interior with streaks of pale amber, revealing the simple order of the Maya. Home baskets woven tightly for storing dried chiles and beans gourds, hollowed out and dried for carrying water from the Singatuving cotton stacked, neatly awaiting the exchange of the market day. High above the grinding stone, a single carved wooden mask stared blankly, a silent witness to the daily drudgery. The grinding continued steady and slow. The heavy masa grew heavier, the work less graceful. More brute force coated her fingers, her wrists, her forearms with its sticky white dust. It was the dust of existence, of enduring routine. Down the narrow path toward the main, while another sound began, the quiet padding of bare feet upon the packed earth. Mothers and daughters were emerging across the urban landscape, each carrying their large ceramic jars balanced expertly upon their heads. The early morning pilgrimage to the water source. The dew still cool upon the jungle floor where the path met the forest fringe. The water was sacred, cool, clean, deep within the limestone single seach. Bucket drawn represented weight lifted, weight carried, weight used. It was a cycle of lifting and balancing and returning. The whispered greetings of the women overlapped the rhythmic grinding quiet, voices speaking the low language of the old gods and the fertile earth. They exchanged observations on the rain, the heat, the coming. Market small quiet moments of shared human effort. Kokam finished her first batch of masa, scraping the heavy dough into a clean bowl. She dipped her fingers into a small jar of cool water, rinsing the residue. Sun was now a dull orange glow, threatening to overwhelm the horizon. The heat was already beginning its slow, inescapable rise. It would soon demand sweat and exhaustion for every act of labor. She stoked the small fire, adding another thin piece of fuel, preparing the flat, heavy clay comal, the baking griddle. She began to shape the first tortillas, pinch, flatten, pat, pat. The sound of the hands meeting the dough was quick, rhythmic laite, soft slapping noise that contrasted sharply with the previous harsh scraping of the stone. It was a sound of completion, of readiness. The first tortilla landed upon the hot surface with a faint dry hiss. The scent changed immediately from raw dough to baked. Warmth, the ancient smell of cooked corn filling the small structure, was the smell of safety, of civilization, of survival. Eldest son Kip awoke, stretching his long, lean limbs. He moved without speaking, sensing the profound quietude of his mother's work. He slipped out into the dawn to tend to the small family garden plot. Few rows of squash and beans interplanted between the massive stalks of dried corn. The garden demanded constant attention, constant vigilance against insects and the encroaching jungle. It was another tedious cycle of pulling weeds, of watering the dry roots. He carried the heavy wooden digging stick, a familiar tool of daily engagement. He bent to his work, the damp soil cool beneath his feet. The day demanded discipline, absolute unyielding discipline, from the grinding of the corn to the lifting of the water to the weeding of the earth. Moment was measured by the necessity of survival within. The stone city, no single task was glamorous, no single action was celebrated. Only the accumulated weight of persistent effort maintained the Maya. Miracle, the sun finally crested the eastern horizon. Its rays sliced through the remaining shadows, illuminating the lime plaster walls of the great temples in brilliant white gold. But here in the household, the work remained stubbornly grounded. The tortillas were flipped, turning golden brown, crisping slightly at the edges. They were stacked high, ready for the family's first consumption. Kip returned, his hands dusted with the dark, rich soil. He took the first steaming tortilla, breaking it cleanly in half. Deep satisfaction of simple work, achieving simple sustenance. This was the slow reality hidden beneath the jade and feather splendor. Daily persistent routine that fed the astronomers, the priests, the kings. The quiet effort of the countless hands that kept the vast clock turning. Grinding continued, the water was fetched, the fire burned low then. Bright then, low, a profound cycle of human persistence within the humid jungle air. Steady pace of tedious necessity unfolding slowly under the amber light. The air still held the cool dampness of the pre-dawn hours. Residue of dew clung heavy upon the broad leaves of the jungle canopy. It was a vast emerald silence, broken only by the persistent hum of invisible life. Awakening slowly, the massive stone teeth of the pyramids rose out of the mist, their summits veiled in soft white obscurity of limestone. Breathing in the humidity, waiting for the high zenith sun, the world below those ancient slopes began its measured turning. The sound of the first metate stone was a low, comforting friction, a soft rhythmic shush that spoke of sustenance and the enduring cycle of Maya existence. It was the sound of pulverized maize becoming the smooth dough of the morning tortilla. Patient grinding born of millennia of agricultural certainty, hands worn smooth by the volcanic grit of the grinding surface. The weight of the upper stone moved slowly against the lower surface, a careful abrasion enacted over countless centuries. Sound like fine sand shifting in the deepest hollows of the earth. The woman knelt upon the packed earth floor of her dwelling. The simple structure built of wattle and daub offered cool shade against the encroaching light. The fire nearby already sputtering low beneath the clay. Comal smoke, thin and blue, drifted upward through the thatched roof, carrying the faint sweet aroma of wood smoke. And the promise of warmth. Her movements were economical, learned from a lineage of silent, diligent workers. She poured the wet kernels of nixtamal onto the stone slab, the lime water treatment softening the shell, making the grain ready for consumption. A process of patient chemistry discovered in the deep past, ensuring the proper nourishment for a thriving civilization. Stone whispered its ancient song, a steady counterpoint to the distant calls of the howler monkeys, the sound of labor beginning. In the courtyard, day, soft scraping where the workers swept the plaza. Clean of night debris baskets woven tightly of reeds. Collected the fallen blossoms and the stray feathers, maintaining the flawless order demanded by the Kehu, Ajaw the divine lord. The early rays of the sun, tentative and pale, began to penetrate the thickness of the forest roof. They cast long obsidian shadows that stretched and warped across the polished stucco surfaces, highlighting the etched glyphs upon the steel. These monolithic monuments stood sentinel guarding the sacred plaza, their surfaces scarred by time and the ceaseless friction of wind and rain. The stories within them remained resolute, telling of births and battles and the sacred dance of the planets. The scent of wet earth mixed now with the savory smell of cooked corn. The sustenance was ready, simple, and essential fuel for the long day of work. The men emerged from their homes, clad in simple cotton loincloths, their skin dark bronze reflecting the growing heat. They carried the tools of their trades, hoes of hardened wood or axes fitted with stone blades. Some headed toward the distant Nopa. The cornfield carved from the dense forest, others moved toward the central construction site where the relentless expansion of the ceremonial center continued year after steady year. The noise began to gather volume, a low bass thudding of distant mallets against fresh limestone blocks. The rhythmic hauling of heavy rope straining against the immense weight of the carved stones, every block meticulously quarried hours away, then dragged over specialized wooden rollers. It was a slow, monumental effort of collective willa, demonstration of devotion to the ruling lineage and the gods above the stone cutters, focused on the task of refinement using harder jadeite or chert tools to shape the softer limestone. The sound was a crisp, metallic, ringing echo in the humid air, each strike calculated, precise, minimizing waste, maximizing strength. The dust floated upward, white and fine, suspended in the shafts of amber sunlight. It coated the air, the trees, the very skin of the workers. The dust of creation, the powdered remnant of ancient seabed, now shaping the face of the world. Supervising overseer, perhaps. A minor noble or a skilled foreman watched intently, his posture erect, demanding efficiency, yet respecting the immense difficulty of the labor. He held a polished headstone baton, symbol of his temporary authority. He communicated through subtle gestures the direction of the next great beam, the placement of the next foundational block. The work demanded patience, a belief in the geometry of the structure, the knowledge that the weight of the masonry would hold firm, that the calculated slope of the pyramid would resist the ceaseless pull of gravity. Deep beneath the emerging structure, the construction was hollow vaulted chambers awaited dedication. The signature corbel arch. The stacked stones leaning inward, meeting high above in a narrow closure. This distinctive Maya architecture provided cool refuge from the relentless solar blaze, but required extraordinary precision in its construction, each stone placed just so balancing the weight of the world above it. Meanwhile, away from the roaring heat of the plaza, the specialized artisans began their delicate work in the sheltered calm of the scribal house. The master TZIB prepared his materials. The screenfold codex lay open, revealing the precious amado-papery flexible surface prepared from the bark of the fig tree, beaten thin and smooth with a coating of fine gypsum. The surface was luminous pale, a perfect canvas for the deep red and black inks. He sharpened his reed pen, the tip fine and capable of rendering the most minute detail. The process of writing was sacred in invocation. Glyph, a dense condensation of meaning, history, and prophecy. The ink itself was ground pigment, mineral earth, and soot mixed with a binding agent. Sometimes a rich cinnabar hue derived from mercury sulfide provided the sacred red color of the sunrise, the color of blood, the color of life force. The scribe dipped his pen slowly, savoring the moment of connection between thought and physical manifestation. He began to draw the delicate lines of the Kayatan cycle. The measured passage of 20 years, meticulously recorded, every line deliberate, every curve exact, the history of the sky and the earth committed to the perishable. Surface a fragile memory against the relentless press of the jungle, The sounds here were different, hushed, contemplative. Soft scratching of the reed tip, the gentle stirring of the water used to thin the pigment, the world outside the scribal chamber. Felt distant, irrelevant to the profound task of cosmic documentation. Nearby, the potter worked with the soft, pliable earth. Used the rich orange clay dug from a specific river bend. It was sifted clean, purged of impurities, then mixed with fine volcanic temper to ensure that the vessel would survive the intense heat of the firing pit. He sat cross-legged, using only his hands and a few simple wooden tools. There was no wheel, only the steady circular pressure of his fingers shaping the clay into perfect symmetrical forms. A bowl intended for the offering of cacao, a tall cylinder vase destined for a noble burial. His movements were fluid, hypnotic, the wet clay spiraling upward, obedient to the craftsman's intent. The surface smooth, polished, with a small stone until it shone with a faint sheen, ready for the addition of the slip. The thin liquid clay that would provide the final deep color later. When the sun reached its apex and the heat drove all work indoors, he would begin the decorative process, applying black lines of iron oxide, creating the complex scenes of courtly life or mythological beasts. The patience required was absolute, a total surrender to the slow-drying process. Premature firing would shatter the work, a moment of impatience could ruin days of effort. The air grew heavy, dense with the midday stillness. Cicadas reached their peak volume, a deafening, shimmering wall of sound. Jungle seemed to sleep, suspended in the hot golden light. Even the laborers paused for a brief respite, seeking the cool shadow beneath the thickest canopy. They drank the stored water from large gourd containers, eating the cool maize dough, their muscles easing from the morning strain. The silence was the loudest sound of the day, the total absence of human noise, only the natural world asserting its dominance. Profound stillness was broken only by the lazy flutter of brilliant butterflies seeking moisture and the occasional rustle of a large iguana moving slowly over the ancient stones. The palace structure high above the central plaza. The divine ruler, perhaps Akako or Jasachan. Cow Will prepared for the afternoon's rituals. He was cloaked in finely woven cotton, the threads dyed with rich indigo and the precious scarlet of the cochineal beetle. The fabric was soft velvet against his skin, a tangible mark of his elevated status. His attendants moved around him, silent, efficient, preparing the heavy jade ornaments, the polished shell, gorgets, the massive headdress of Quetzal. Feather worth more than its weight in gold, iridescent, emerald green, shimmering with every subtle movement of the air. The weight of the regalia was enormous, a burden of splendor symbolizing the cosmic axis he embodied, connecting the underworld, the Middle Earth, and the heavens. Responsibility weighed heavily, not just the physical adornment, but the constant need for performance. Was the living bridge, the supplicant for rain, the guarantor of the harvest. His daily routine was a performance of divinity, a public articulation of power. Later, he would oversee the arrival of the tribute, the long files of porters entering the city, carrying the designated wealth of the tributary cities, bales of raw cotton, sacks of dried chili peppers, stacks of obsidian blades, copal, incense, precious bird feathers, jaguar skins. The wealth flowed inward, supporting the complex hierarchy of the central city. Transfer was formal, recorded by the waiting scribes, every item documented. Every quantity verified. The paperwork of empire slow, deliberate, and permanent. The scribes used their tallies marked upon folded bark paper. The count represented by dots for ones and bars for five, simple, powerful notation capable of recording vast sums of goods and resources. The afternoon lengthened, the sun slowly beginning its westward decline. Air, though still warm, began to lighten, to lose the crushing density of midday. The workers returned to their tasks. The chipping sound of the stone, cutters resuming its steady beat, the rhythmic scrape of the finishing tools against the stucco walls, applying a final layer of burnished lime plaster making. The walls white, shining almost mirror-like, reflecting the golden light. The preparation of the ceremonial area for the evening activity was meticulous. The sweeping continued, the placement of fresh flowers, careful tending of the braziers where the copal incense would soon burn a sweet pungent smoke intended to please the gods and cleanse the sacred space. The scent of copal was the smell of the city's heart beating its religious fervor rising. It carried on the slight evening breeze a promise of communion. Air felt thing cleaner now. The shadows, long and purple, stretched from the base of the pyramids, reaching across the plaza toward the eastern structures. The light was amber, deepening into gold, then settling toward a profound rose hue. The end of the working day approached, bringing with it the expectation of cooler air and the silence of the night watch. The work slowed to a gentle halt. Tools gathered, ropes, coiled, stone dust brushed away. Massive stones stood firm, silent testaments to the day's relentless effort. They held the heat of the sun, radiating warmth slowly. Into the cooling evening, the Maya day was measured not just by the sun, but by the movement of the stars. The meticulous astronomical observations that guided the planting, the warfare, and the sacred rituals. The priests now ascended the highest platforms there, eyes lifted to the darkening bowl of the sky, seeking the familiar constellations, the predictable path of Venus, the evening star. True clock of their civilization etched onto the velvet blackness above the city, settled into a profound peace, quiet, that absorbed the echoes of the day's labor. Only the gentle crackle of cooking fires remained along the periphery, and the distant, low music of a wooden flute played softly in the gathering dark. The people rested their minds, turning away from the demanding routines of the earth toward the deep and comforting darkness that promised renewal and the endless return of the bright morning sun. Long, slow breath of the jungle returned, cloaking the monumental structures in its humid embrace. Ancient stone absorbed the night, the silence profound, deep, and eternal. The air grew cooler here, yet dampness clinging to the black basalt walls, a silence heavier than stone itself. We drifted now further into the subterranean galleries beneath the weight of millennia of sand and silence. Each footfall was a soft, yielding sigh upon the dust of velvet, echo swallowed instantly by the vast, deep chambers. The light from our meager lantern threw elongated, shifting shadow shows of forgotten scribes dancing. Along the fractured mortar, the sense of immense loss hung palpable and thick like ancient perfume, evaporated but still staining the air. These were the storage vaults of the great library. The knowledge of the Hellenic world had once slept awaiting. Dawn now, only darkness reigned in obsidian kingdom of absence. We moved past broken wooden racks, their intricate carvings warped by moisture and time. Once they held thousands of scrolls, rolled papyri stacked like cylinders of pure thought. Now they held only the hollow architecture of memory, empty spaces, speaking volumes louder than any surviving text. Silence was not truly empty, though it was filled with the low resonant hum of the earth, itself a geological murmur beneath the city's sprawl. Listen closely, my gentle travel air, to that deep breathing sound of history settling. We followed a narrow corridor sloping gently downward. Floor here transitioned from worked stone to polished slatia, slick surface, gleaming faintly in the low amber light. This felt different, preserved perhaps by sheer depth like a jewel. Box buried far beneath the reach of flame. We sought the crypt of the chronometers, a chamber spoken of in the few remaining Alexandrian fragments. It was said to house the mechanical marvels of the age, instruments designed not merely to measure time, but to map the entire celestial sphere. The air sweetened suddenly with a delicate, almost vegetal scent like dried jasmine and aged cedar would have fragrant indication of a change in the inn. We stopped before an archway cloaked entirely in mineral deposits, calcite flowstones dripping like frozen drapery. Looked like the mouth of a sleeping cave. Its entrance guarded by crystallized silence. Stepped through the archway, the temperature dropping sharply. Chamber beyond was circular, vast, and strangely intact. The ceiling was a soaring dome of deep indigo lapis. Etched across its surface were constellations rendered in silver and Leia sky that never faded, a permanent night sky made by human hands. The center of the chamber stood a massive circular pedestal crafted from a single block of rose-colored granite, and resting upon that granite base was the object of our long search. The mechanism itself was not what we expected, not a simple clock or sundial. It was a complex array of bronze gears and interlocking rings, a shimmering sphere, intricate beyond modern imagining. This was the Antikyth era. Mechanism's elder sibling, great Alexandrian star calculator. was larger than a man, its surface covered in tiny Hellenic script, describing the motions of Venus and Mars. The precession of the equinox is a masterpiece of forgotten engineering. Its surface caught the lantern light with an ancient golden sheen. The metal seemed almost to breathe hold a potential energy even in its stillness. We drew closer, captivated by the sheer genius on display. Imagine the minds that conceived this precision. Hands that shaped the bronze with such impossible accuracy. It felt like touching the very pulse of the ancient world. The mechanism, however, was frozen, silent, inert, a beautiful, sleeping giant of mathematics. I watched its delicate teeth, its microscopic cogs, each one etched with the dedication of a forgotten artisan, but then a sound barely perceptible began to fill the stillness. A faint rhythmic click sound like grains of sand shifting across glass. It came from within the mechanism, a slow, insistent beat defying its long slumber. It was impossible. The machine was cold, immobile, sealed by age, yet the clicking persisted, slow, steady, relentless. Single ring on the outer sphere began to turn a movement so subtle you might doubt your tired eyes. Silver inlay representing the moon shifted precisely on single degree of rotation after 2,000 years of stillness. The air around us grew still colder. The sweet cedar scent intensified into something sharp and metallic like ozone before a storm. Held our breath suspended in the sudden fragile movement. Was this the phantom energy of the library itself? Residual magic of pure intellect asserting its survival, or was some hidden component still running, powered by a forgotten law of physics? The light from the lantern suddenly dimmed, inexplicably sting the chamber into a heavier shadow. The silver stars on the lapis ceiling seemed to gleam, brighter, nor reflecting the slow internal life of the machine. Then the clicking stopped just as suddenly as it had begun. The single lunar ring settled into a new position, a perfect silent halt. We waited for the echo of that tiny motion to fade, but the silence that returned was deeper, heavier than before. We felt no fear, only profound wonder and immense drowsiness. The cold air invited sleep, a gentle, persuasive chill. We are standing in the heart of forgotten knowledge, witnessing an impossibility. This chamber is an access point where time itself seems elastic, where the past is actively touching the present moment. Look at the great bronze sphere, my fellow traveler. The movement has stopped, but the quiet stillness is not entirely empty. There is a faint residue of warmth radiating from the mechanism, a heat localized to the single that had just moved, and resting exactly where the lunar ring stopped, its slow turn, a single fleck of something glittering. It is not bronze, not silver, not dusted. It is a fragment of papyrus, impossibly small, impossibly preservatic into the minute space between two gears. It seems to have been ejected by the recent monumental message delivered across the yawning gulf of centuries. It glows softly and almost internal, phosphorescent, straying the weary eye towards its faint light. You drift closer, drawn by the pull of this tiny remnant. A single word is visible, written in the ancient coin script. A word etched onto the fragile fibrous material is the word HSB, Ea Hesperus, the evening star, the western light. The name hangs in the cold air, a soft whisper of meaning. Are left to wonder at its arrival, its purpose, its profound timing. Could the star calculator just tell us where to go? Next, the direction revealed by the shifting moon, Hesperus. Where the sun sleeps and the deep archives lie hidden, the light in the chamber fades further now. The great mechanism stands utterly still. Its message delivered, its silence absolute. You lean back against the cool rose granite, pedestaling the weight of the moment settle over your mind. The faint scent of cedar and ozone still lingers, a hypnotic invitation to rest. Let the deep mystery of Hesperus lull you now into a sleep that holds the secrets of the ancient libraries. We will follow the direction of the evening star when the new light of dawn gently guides us onward. Drift now into the deep, profound shadow where the knowledge of ages waits for you behind. The quiet glimmer of a single strange word, Hesper sleep, now sleep, a heavy cloak of emerald. Mist still clung low over the limestone plazas where the night sounds had finally surrendered to the pale, expectant stillness of the pre-dawn hour, and the air itself felt heavy, with the scent of damp earth and unseen flowering vines awaiting the slow, inevitable rise of the tropical sun. The great pyramids loom like Silent, stony sentinels etched against the diffusing gray of the sky. Their steep sides slick with dew and ancient moss, creating an aura of timeless majesty that seemed utterly unmoved by the small, hurried motions now beginning below. This was the delicate turning point, the hushed boundary between the nocturnal dominion of the jaguar and the relentless demands of the daylight labor that defined the classic Maya existence here, within the pulsing heart of the city deep within the shadowed. Houses built of thick wattle and daub, and sheltered by roofs of dried palm fronds. The first muffled sounds of the household awakening began their quiet. Insistent melody, rhythmic scraping, low and ceaseless, commenced its steady performance. The grinding of the softened maize upon the obsidian-dusted metate, that familiar friction of stone against stone, signaling the start of the day's profound repetition. The hands that guided the heavy mano across the slight incline of the lower stone were strong and practiced muscles taut and lean from years of the same precise, necessary labor performed long before the sun cleared the eastern region. Was not merely food preparation, but a morning meditation born of necessity, a deep physical commitment to the very kernel of life itself, the transformation of hard white grains into the pliable massa that would sustain every effort, every prayer. Every breath taken until dusk returned. Each push, each pull was measured and slow, a hypnotic rhythm that mirrored the slow pulse of the jungle itself, a sound that traveled easily through the humid pre-dawn air, mixing with the distant coo of the morning dove and the sudden, startled chatter of a hidden parrot. The fine white powder accumulated, slowly gathering itself into a perfect mound ready to be pressed into the flat circular discs. The simple but sacred sustenance known as the daily tortilla. Outside, the air grew perceptibly warmer. The mist beginning its graceful recession, lifting away from the sacred floor, revealing the dark polished limestone that absorbed the heat and held it close in anticipation of the midday ziafe. Few steps away from the grinding hearth, the men of the family stretched their limbs, shedding the deep sleep that claimed them so completely after the long hours of fieldwork or the heavy duties of temple maintenance. They donned simple cotton tunics, the thin, soft fabric known as pati, a lightweight shield against the coming oppressive heat. Practical clothing for lives lived under the uncompromising blaze of the jungle sun. Silence of their movement was born not of stealth, but of long habit, minimizing disruption, maximizing efficiency. Every morning moment allocated to the tasks that must be completed before the energy-draining humidity arrived. A sip of thick, bittersweet cacao, sometimes flavored with chili, if the family were prosperous enough, provided the necessary jolt, the precious drink, reserved perhaps for the most important workers or the elders, the deep, earthy flavor lingering on the tongue, their shadows elongated, momentarily distorted by the filtered light, that now spilled briefly through the doorways, painting stripes of amber across the cool, packed earth floor, before being swallowed by the strengthening glare. The primary burden of this day, as with all days, was the endless battle against the encroaching jungle. The relentless clearing and tending of the milpa, the life-giving cornfield carved out of the dense forest. This labor was the true foundation of their existence, the silent contract between humanity and the earth, demanding constant vigilance and physical sacrifice for the promise of harvest. They collected their tools, simple implements of chert and sharpened wood, sometimes obsidian blades affixed to wooden handles. Tools honed by generations of use, perfectly adapted to the thin soil and the quick growth of the rainforest. Men moved toward the city's edge, their bare feet padding silently over the well-worn pathways that led away from the magnificent central temples and into the dense outlying agricultural zones where the real work waited the path, quick like hang from manicured stone to soft dirt, and the sounds of the ceremonial center gave way to the insistent buzz of insects and the omnipresent deep hum of the jungle awakening fully. The air immediately thickened, saturated with moisture and the rich smell of composting. Leaves a powerful musk that felt almost tangible pressing against the skin. The journey to the milpa could be long, sometimes requiring an hour or more of steady walking, depending on the cycle of shifting cultivation, which necessitated moving the fields periodically to let the soil recover. As they walked, they passed other families engaged in their own unique routines, the potters carrying clay-stained water vessels, the weavers setting up their backstrap looms beneath the shade of large ceiba. Trees, the obsidian nappers chipping methodically, creating razor-sharp edges. Person was a necessary cog in the immense engine of the Maya city-state, contributing their specialized tedious effort to the collective glory and sustenance of how their divine ruler, the tedium, was the ceaseless necessary recurrence of small actions that sustained the grand monuments, and the deep astronomical knowledge and the elaborate religious ceremonies reaching their designated plot of land. The work began immediately without ceremony or discussion, a seamless transition from walking to labor-driven. By the urgency of the tropical growing season, cornstalks stood tall, reaching toward the sun, their jaded-green leaves rustling gently. In the barely perceptible breeze, a sight of deep beauty and immense responsibility today was likely devoted to weeding the painstaking removal of aggressive jungle vegetation that sought constantly to reclaim the cleared land, a task that required meticulous attention and infinite patience. Men knelt low to the earth, their bodies bending to the sacred task fingers, seeking the roots of the competitive weeds, pulling them free one by tedious one, ensuring that the precious nutrients went. Only to the waiting maize, the sun began its brutal climb, relentless and unforgiving, piercing the jungle canopy in bright shafts that illuminated the dust motes dancing in the humid air, turning the atmosphere into a golden, oppressive haze sweat. Beaded instantly upon their brows, mixing with the jungle dampness, blurring their vision as they focused intently on the soil. The rhythm slow and deliberate, like the ticking of an unseen clock measuring out the minutes of their lives. This was the silent endurance, the quiet strength that built cities and sustained dynasties. Not the dramatic carvings on the stele, but the anonymous, unending work in the humid, fertile darkness of the earth. They worked in near silence, conserving energy, communicating only through brief gestures or the shared sigh of exhaustion, to jungle sounds providing the only auditory backdrop to their dedicated toil hours. Dissolved into the heat, the shadow lines shrinking until the sun stood directly overhead at the scorching zenith, marking the time for a brief respite, a moment to rehydrate with water drawn from a nearby clay gourd. Midday meal was simple dried fish, perhaps, if they were close to a river, or plain corn gruel, the same masa that had been ground so slowly. In the pre-dawn darkness, providing the energy for the second half of the day's relentless push there. With no sense of rushing, no frantic pace, only a sustained deep exertion born of understanding the scale of the task, the entire universe resting upon the health of these thousands of stalks of corn. The insects seemed to intensify their buzzing chorus during the peak heat, adding a high-pitched frantic urgency to the already suffocating air, a reminder of the pervasive life and death struggle inherent in the rainforest ecosystem. As the sun began its slow, predictable descent, tilting westward, the shadows finally began to lengthen. Offering the first subtle promise of relief from the incandescent glare, the work did not stop immediately. The need to maximize the use of the daylight hours was paramount, pushing the body beyond comfort into the realm of pure stamina. And with the accumulated effort of the day settled deep into the muscles, a heavy, pleasant ache of honest labor. The smell of sweat and earth clinging to the cotton tunics when the call came, signaling the end of the necessary work. It was met not with celebration, but with a deep, grounded satisfaction. The knowledge that the day's requirement had been fully met. The tools were carefully cleaned, the chirp blades wiped free of soil, the wooden handles inspected for wear. Every small piece of equipment treasured for its vital role in the long, slow cycle of production. The return walk to the city was quieter, heavier. The men walking in a profound meditative weariness, the thoughts already drifting toward the simple comforts of the coming evening. They passed through the gate where the stone city began, the stark contrast between the demanding reality of the jungle field and the elaborate precision of the city's architecture striking. The smell of cooking fires now drifted sweetly through the air, the scent of wood smoke and simmering maize, the promise of rest and replenishment. Drawing them home as they reached their compound, the light was fading rapidly, the deep, rich cobalt blue of the tropical twilight descending quickly, cloaking the world in a soft velvet shadow. The task of drawing water from the nearby cenote or cistern remained a final exertion. Before true rest could begin, the heavy clay jars filling slowly, the water cool and vital against the heat of their skin. The evening meal was shared quietly, communally, a moment of true togetherness after the long solitude of the daily routines. The day's efforts recounted in low, tired murmurs. The children who had spent their day learning the minor routines, assisting in weaving or fetching small burdens, clustered around the fire listening to the deep, measured tones of their fathers. Elders told stories of the ancestors of the great gods, Chak and Insomnia, reinforcing the cosmic meaning behind the monotonous daily tasks. Placing the effort of the milpa into the eternal structure of time, the firelight danced, illuminating the strong, proud lines etched into the faces of the workers, the light catching the smooth sheen of their obsidian jewelry, perhaps small ear flares or simple shell necklaces. As the hours deepened, the heavy, humid air cooled slightly, offering a brief respite before the dawn would demand the return to the unending cycle of planting, growing, and maintaining the life force of the jade. City soon, the low, thrumming quiet of deep sleep would settle over the small compound, a profound exhaustion earned through honest, meticulous effort, the body demanding its necessary period of restoration. Tomorrow, the sun would rise, bringing the exact same sequence of duties. The scraping of the metate, the trek to the field, the slow, patient weeding, the daily dance of tedium and survival that kept the entire civilization breathing. The grinding stones ceased their soft friction. Deep quiet fell across the small Maya compound. The final kernels of maize surrendered their form, becoming the smooth dough for the evening tortillas. The hands that worked the metate felt the deep ache of used muscles, protested the long hours of repetitive motion. Yet the work was complete, the necessity fulfilled. A profound satisfaction settled into the bones. The setting sun cast its longest shadows, now stretching across the finely raked earth of the courtyard. The light was a rich golden amber filtering through the dense foliage surrounding the dwelling. It illuminated the dust motes still floating in the air, tiny particles suspended in the heavy humidity. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the damp smell of earth, a comforting perfume of civilization and home. Air cooled imperceptibly, slowly releasing the grip of the midday heat. The children moved with a quieter energy, their games winding down to a low murmur near the central hearth. The massive ancient stone of the neighboring terrace retained the warmth, radiating a gentle heat outward into the twilight air. It was a slow, steady pulse of geological memory. Very foundations of the city settling in for the night near the edge of the residential structure, while Father mended a broken strap on a carrying yoke. His movements were deliberate, unhurried, careful. He used a thin sliver of bone as a needle, pushing it through the stiff leather with measured force. Every tool, every material was precious, requiring respect and meticulous repair. There was no waste in this careful world, only the constant management of scarcity and survival. The drone of the evening insects intensified a vast synchronized orchestra beginning its nightly performance. It was a deep hum vibrating through the wooden posts of the house, a blanket of sound that paradoxically enhanced the sense of quiet. The woman began the slow rhythmic patting of the masa dough, her hands shaping the sticky substance into flat, perfect rounds. These tortillas would cook quickly over the glowing embers, providing the simple, essential sustenance for the evening meal. The sound of the slapping palms was a soft, staccato rhythm, another familiar music of the Maya nightfall. The surface of the clay griddle was black and smooth, seasoned by countless meals stretched across generations. It rested securely upon 3 stones over the small fire pit. The heat rose quickly, transforming the pale dough into thin, fragrant discs, lightly browned, and slightly puffed. A plume of thin, white smoke rose straight up, dissipating into the heavy air above the thatched roof. The smell of cooking maize was overwhelming and satisfying. The taste of the earth transformed into nourishment. The meal was consumed slowly, with quiet attention, sitting together in the deepening shade. The day's labors were discussed in low, hushed tones, plans for the required field rotation for the coming rain. Cycles of the planting calendar were always paramount, etched into the memory of every farmer and priest above. Then the sky darkened, turning from bruised purple to deep indigo, the first sharp points of the stars began to pierce the heavy canopy. Venus, the great morning star, was sinking low, guiding the eye toward the invisible realm of the gods. The family looked up sometimes in silent contemplation, understanding their small place within the cosmic dance. The slow rotation of the celestial spheres provided comfort to knowledge that the world was ordered and predictable. Even when the rains failed or the harvest was meager, the stone monuments of the city vanished into the darkness. They became huge, invisible shadows on the horizon, their great height only implied by the absence of stars above them. The air inside the dwelling was still warm but settling. The thick walls held the day's heat, but offered protection. The sleeping mats were unrolled. Upon the packed earth floor, these woven surfaces of reeds provided a subtle elevation shielding the sleepers from the creeping coolness of the ground. The floor itself was smooth and hard-tamped, down by countless feet and generations of sweeping it. Was a grounding foundation, a steady constancy. Man rose, slowly stretching out the stiffness from his shoulders. He checked the storage bins one last time, ensuring the carefully preserved maize was safe from nocturnal pests, rats, and insects were a constant quiet threat requiring vigilance even in the deepest hours of rest. He placed a protective sheet of thick palm leaf over the stored water jar, keeping the drinking supply cool and clean for the morning. Every single action was a small act of preservation, an effort to push back against the relentless jungle decay. The final embers in the hearth now glowed a deep muted red, would hold their warmth waiting for the first breath of dawn when the task of stoking the fire would begin. Anew, the deep sound of a distant howler monkey resonated through the trees, a powerful low guttural sound that settled the whole valley. It was a familiar lullaby of the Petun forests. The children were already quiet, curled upon their simple mats, their breathing even and slow rhythmic sinking into the effortless depths of sleep. The parents lay down in turn, accepting the weight of the darkness. The world outside the dwelling was cloaked in thick silence, broken only by the constant humming chorus of the night. A profound quietude settled upon the ancient city. The great pyramids waited motionless under the endless stars, holding the secrets of the kings and the calendar, while the humble households enjoyed their earned rest. The exhaustion of the meticulous day finally took hold, pulling the mind away from the worries of tomorrow into the deep velvet blackness of pure unconsciousness. Heavy blanket of time folded around the sleeping family. The very earth seemed to breathe slowly beneath. Theme a steady, reliable, unwavering pulse of existence. 1,000 years passed in the space of a single breath, and the slow rotation of the quiet stars continued overhead. The damp air settles heavy like a velvet shroud upon the ancient stoniac breath. Drawn in this hushed cryptace of petrified time and mineral silence, we stand now beneath the low curvature of the basalt vault, where the faint amber of the lantern struggles against the deep indigo darkness, revealing glyphs etched into the polished obsidiana language older than the earliest dynasties. A slow turning cipher, waiting patiently for the light of understanding. Script is not linear, but spiraling, a complex fractal geometry that seems to whisper of infinite regression. The slow, inexorable march of cosmic gust. Each symbol is a tiny doorway into a knowledge, carefully cloaked be layers of seismic shift and forgotten ritual. Speaks not of kings or conflict, but of measures of celestial distance, of the precise alignment of mountain peaks with the distant, slow-burning suns. We trace the lines with reverent fingers, feeling the subtle variations in the stone's cold surface. Patterns resolve themselves slowly, like mist clearing to reveal a massive star, chart-centered not on the earth we know, but on a point far above the known. Ecliptica, dark region of the heavens, the realization settles heavy in the quiet. Chamber, profound weight of historical displacement. The builders were tracking something else, entirely something hidden. Behind the gauze of conventional astronomy, a slow-moving observer, perhaps a rhythm of the void itself. The chamber floor near the western archway is covered with fine white sifted sand accumulated over millennia, perfect clock of granular decay. As we move, the slightest tremor causes the sand to ripple, mimicking the unseen waves of time passing through the solid earth. A specific inscription catches the light. A deep carved symbol resembling a feather, perhaps a falling tear, is the key that unlocks the sequence of mathematical constant that binds the sky mapped to the geography outside these walls. Locust point marked by the shifting seasons, a secret held close by the desert wind. Air pressure deepens noticeably, now a subtle compression. That signals the vast weight of the mountain pressing down above you as a silent, colossal protector of this arcane legacy. We translate the last of the spiral diagram, a chillingly precise set of directions leading away from the known citadel past the dried riverbeds and forgotten ossuaries to a place called the Cradle Muted. Aki's a location whispered only in the deepest sleep of the oldest desert nomads. It requires a journey under the cover of the new moon one. The blackness of the sky is absolute, and the interfering light of known stars is extinguished. This journey demands patience here. Trek across sand dunes that hum softly with the residual energy of ancient storms. We gather our few supplies. Heavy quiet, making every movement deliberate. Every rustle of cloth is amplified in this space where sound itself seems to hesitate. We extinguish the first lantern, slowly letting the shadows deepen, and Murgith's sudden return to primal darkness is a meditative shock to the senses. The transition feels like slipping beneath the surface of a deep lake where the world above becomes distant and muffled. Remaining amber glow clings on light to the central etched obsidian slab, illuminating the feather symbol one final time before we step back into the narrow passage. The chamber breathes out its stored cold air as we retreat, leaving the profound silence undisturbed. The stone passageway narrows, forcing us into single-fully rough-hewn walls scrape gently against our cloaks, tactile reminder of the mountain's enduring presence. We follow the slow curve of the exit tunnel, each step sinking slightly into the fine dust. The air becomes drier, harsher. Sharper prelude to the desert's infinite expanse. The thought of the cradle of muted echoes drifts through the mind like incense, smoke unformed yet powerful. It promises either the culmination of this immense search or merely the beginning of another deeper puzzle. The external world awaits a canvas of starlight and eroding rock. We emerge slowly from the shadowed mouth of the cryptine to the velvet blackness of the high desert night. The stars are immediate, overwhelming purred across the sky like spilled white dust. They are the same slow-moving lights that guided the hands that carved the map below. Silence outside is different from the silence within. This is not a contained mineral hush, but a vast and different quiet filled with the subtle breathing of the distant earth. The desert floor stretches out before you in endless, expansive slow undulation. Air smells clean, cold, antiseptic, scrubbed by the passage of time and wind. We turn to face the direction indicated by the glyphs outward toward the deepest hidden valleys where the dunes grow steep and monolithic. We begin the movement slowly, deliberately. Shadows long and distorted by the faint moonlight, a gentle rhythmic progression into the vast unknown. Path is unseen, yet felt a subtle gravitational pull toward the cradle where the echoes are muted because they have traveled so far through the immense silence. The journey is measured not in miles, but in a slow, steady rhythm of breathing, a meditative walk beneath the cold brilliance of the ancient sky. Desert whispers its secrets only to the slow listener, the one who sheds the quick pace of the world above you and sinks into the deep cadence of the earth. We are approaching the rim of a massive depression, a geological fault line that cuts through the plain. Air here feels thinner, colder, carrying a strange metallic tanga suggestion of something buried deep beneath the pulverized rock. The starlight seems to concentrate the base of this immense silent trench, drawing the gaze down into the waiting void. A low resonant hum begins to vibrate in the ground, a sound felt more than heard, a deep fundamental frequency. The sand around our feet seems to setline response to this unseen powerful vibration. Pause at the precipice, looking out over the dark basin. The cradle awaits below, a hidden bowl of shadow and forgotten gravity. Mystery deepens with every downward step into that silent, embracing darkness, where the voices of the past drift and fade into the immense quiet of the desert night. Humid silence of the pre-dawn air lingered heavy, and still it pressed upon the etched lintels of the great stone structures. A slow fading velvet darkness held the ancient plaza in its grip. No lamp or torch yet disturbed the cloaked quietude of the royal center only. The vast cooling mass of the pyramidal temples breathed a deep slow sigh. They stood like patient sentinels, awaiting the coming of Kinichahau, the sun god below. Their silent heights, the common houses, began their slow stirrings. Deep, cool dew settled onto the thatch roofs like tiny chilled pearls. The fleeting moment of maximum relief. A brief suspension before the jungle heat inevitably returned with the light. Single rhythmic sound cut through the dense morning air. Was the low, steady grinding of corn on the metate stone of the Maya. Home awakening stone upon stone wet kernels, yielding their sustenance slowly, painfully, surely. Sound was utterly ancient, a mechanical prayer echoing across millennia of agricultural necessity. This work was women's work commencing long before the first hint of roselight appeared. Grinding transforms the soaked maize into the thick, moist dough known as maize. Is the life force, the energy source, the foundation of every meal. Every day, every generation, the woman kneels on the packed earth floor, her back bent against the early strain. Her hands move with practiced economy. Slow hypnotic push and pull, the rubbing stone slides over the curved surface, producing the soft whispering. Scrape that promises the nourishment to come, this sound is deeply comforting, speaks of security and continuation. It is the quiet assurance that the world has turned and the belly will be full. The first smoke now rises from the carefully laid hearth. Fire, it is a thin, wispy blue Greek column. It carries the sharp, clean scent of pine resin and copal wood mixed with damp earth. Fire pit cradles the small flame carefully, nursing the heat needed to bake the morning cakes. The smell travels outward. A faint promise of warmth in the chilled air. The smoke trails upward through the single vent in the hut roof. A slow spiraling signal that the household is alive and preparing for the hours. The head children stir beneath their woven sleeping mats. They are roused not by a shout or bell, but by the insistent rhythmic work of the stone. The faint distant sounds of the jungle birds beginning their hesitant chorus. They rise to the task of the water, fetching a necessary prelude to all cleansing. And cooking, the largest clay vessels are selected. They are thick-walled and heavy even when empty. They must be carried carefully along the damp forest paths toward the reservoir or the nearest cenote. Pathway is slick with dew and packed clay, small. Muddy footprints mark the slow, deliberate passage. Each step must be placed precisely. The burden of water is not one to be taken lightly. Cool weight sloshes gently within the curvature of the pottery. A small private sea carried across the waking land. The metate revolves entirely around the cycle of water and the cycle of maize. These twin poles anchor the vast civilization. The priests may commune with the stars high above, but life itself is governed by the ability to manage the damp lowlands and to properly honor the great corn god Yom Cox. Men now begin their own slow preparations. Their movements are deliberate and heavy. Check the edges of their obsidian blades hafted carefully to short wooden handles. These tools will be used today, not for war, but for clearing the persistent encroaching growth. The jungle never truly sleeps. It seeks constantly to reclaim the cleared spaces of the milpa the slash and burn agriculture requires. Endless maintenance, a tedious and continuous struggle against the powerful force of the rainforest air. Simple cotton wraps are tightened, their leather sandals secured. They wear no ornaments save perhaps for a small piece of polished jade worn for protection. Their existence is deeply practical. Their poetry is written not in words, but in the clean, straight furrow of a newly planted row. They drink the warm maize gruel, a thin, nourishing atoll. It fuels the long morning of difficult physical exertion. Ahead it warms the stomach against the chill. Of the departing night, they speak in soft, low tones, discussing the weather and the signs they read in the clouds, predicting the needed rain or fearing the coming drought. Their knowledge of the local ecology is profound and deeply held etched into their muscle memory by generations of necessary survival. They leave the confines of the cluster of homes, walking beneath the growing canopy of the high trees. Their shadows lengthen, briefly then shrink as the sun finally breaches the eastern horizon. It is a sharp amber light, now no longer soft or forgiving. The light of the metate begins its relentless ascent toward midday heat. The path leads them away from the great stone center of the city. The magnificent palaces and temples are reserved for the elite, for the Ahau, the sacred ruler and his court. Farmers work the periphery, the fertile collar surrounding the urban core. They Are the engine of this glory the unseen laborers whose sweat nourishes the entire structure, the sound of the jungle? Has intensified fully now the screech of parrots, the low guttural roar of the howler monkeys, the constant high-pitched hum of insects warming in the rising temperature. Is a sound world dense and complex, the Maya is tuned to filter the significant. From the chaos, the slow, patient rhythm of their own footsteps is the most important sound. They arrive at the edges of their milpa. Carefully cleared space where the ash from last season's burn still enriches the soil. Here they pause, taking a deep, slow breath. The air smells intensely of damp, fertile earth and decaying vegetation. The work begins immediately. No time is wasted in unnecessary speech or rest. Season dictates the task. If it is planting season, the digging sticks pierce the soil, repeatedly creating the small holes that will receive the precious kernels. If it is weeding season, the obsidian blades scrape against the persistent roots, maintaining the fragile balance of the field. It is harvest, the slow bending and cutting. Fills the heavy cloth bags. It is a meditative labor, repetitive and demanding. The body falls into a simple rhythm, push, bend, pull, lift. Mind clears, focusing only on the immediate small patch of earth before them. The sun climbs higher, now it's intense. Golden presence dominates the sky. The humidity builds into a visible shimmering haze above the dark green leaves hours. Pass slowly, incrementally measured only by the movement of the sun, and a decreasing stack of work remaining in the immediate vicinity. The only break comes when the women arrive bringing the midday meal tortillas still warm from the clay griddle, and thick servings of beans and squashes seasoned lightly. They eat quickly, silently, seated on the earth beneath the scant shade of a small tree. Their focus remains fixed on the milpa. Field demands their absolute attention, for the milpa is not merely a piece of land. It is a relationship, a conversation with the divine, a partnership with the forces that govern rainfall and germination. Their entire world, their architecture, their astronomy, their very calendar all depend upon the success of this simple field day. Failure here means starvation, means the collapse of the social order, so the concentration remains absolute. The slow, tedious nature of the daily routine is its own form of high ritual. It is the necessary offering made to maintain cosmic harmony. Every swing of the digging stick is an act of deep reverence. Every kernel buried is a hope for tomorrow. The afternoon stretches out long and hot. The air becomes heavy, almost liquid with heat and moisture muscles. Ache and the constant drone of insects feels like a physical weight. They work until the lengthening shadows finally offer a promise of reprieve. The setting. Sun paints the western sky in strokes of deep copper, and orange it is the time of return. They gather their tools and their precious baskets of harvest. They walk the slow road back toward the cluster of homes, their bodies tired, but their spirits quiet. They have fulfilled their duty to the earth. For this day they return to the smell of the hearth fire newly stoked, the sound of the children playing in the waning light. Slow, steady rhythm of existence reasserts itself. Another day safely negotiated. Another turning of the immense wheel of the classic period. The stars will soon appear like sharp white flakes against the deep velvet cloth of the night sky. The slow work of resting and preparing for the next morning will begin tomorrow at the metate stone. We'll speak in the silent dark, and the farmer will once more walk the path to the awaiting earth. Steady steps echoing the endless cycle of the maize god rising and sleeping and rising. The heavy midday sun had finally softened its relentless gaze. A deep quiet began to settle over the compound walls. The jungle sound retreated, now hushed by the thickening shade. The air itself shifted, becoming denser, richer. It possessed the velvet texture of the descending twilight. The stones of the plaza still radiated the stored heat, but the small domestic spaces were cooling rapidly inside. The low-walled dwelling, the light was amber and deep. It filtered through the narrow doorway, illuminating the work area. The task of the evening was the slow, precise grinding. The sustenance of the coming day demanded this long attention. She knelt before the ancient metate, heavy slab of dark volcanic basalt. Its surface was polished, smooth, concave from centuries of labor. She held the mano, the upper grinding stone. It was worn perfectly to the shape of her steady hand. Soaked maize kernels awaited their slow transformation. Takashu. The quiet miracle of lime and water softening the husks, preparing the starch for release, she scooped a small measure onto the basalt. The first grinding began a gentle, determined pressure. The sound was low, rhythmic, persistent, stone against stone. A whisper of friction, shick was the cadence of classic period survival. The sound repeated itself without variation, a hypnotic murmur against the stillness. The action required no thought, only patience. Muscles of her back and shoulder felt the familiar pull. It was the deep ache of earned existence. The softened kernels slowly broke down under the weight. They turned into a thick, sticky masa dough. It clung damply to the curved surface of the grinding stone. She scraped the paste down with a shard of gourd, shell gathering the resulting bounty into a nearby vessel. The scent of the fresh corn was sweet, earthy. Profound, it was the defining aroma of the Maya world, constant fragrant presence in every hut, every compound. The grinding continued an hour of unbroken repetition. The weight of the work felt heavy but necessary. This tedious labor was the root of all stability. The smooth obsidian used for scraping caught the low light, shone darkly, reflecting the dull glow of the embers. The cook fire was now reduced to pulsing coals. A slow red heart beating quietly in the corner cast intricate creeping shadows across the packed clay floor. Floor was cool beneath her knees, smooth and cool-worn. Down over time by the friction of feet and mats, she shifted her position slightly, finding a new point of balance. Grinding never stopped. Its low drone continued its cycle. Outside the eaves, the deep indigo sky was claiming its reign. The tropical stars began to emerge, slow and brilliant. They were the scattered jewels of the jaguar god night. This celestial pattern was known intimately, instinctively, mapping the heavy rotation of time and season. From a nearby compound came the soft, distinct slapping sound, the quick percussion of hands shaping the tortillas. Pat, 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 fire echo of domestic preparation. Another woman fulfilling the same endless obligation. The sounds converged, the grinding and the patting weaving. A sonic blanket over this sleeping village. The humidity of the day began to condense slightly, leaving a gentle dampness on the wooden posts. A coolness seeped in from the dense surrounding forest. Air smelled strongly of wet earth and ancient stone. The great pyramids loomed silent, now cloaked in shadow. Carved facades hidden from the moonlight. They were the record keepers, the high silent watchers, but their influence was felt even in this humble space. The tedious routine was the offering itself, the fulfillment of the cosmic duty to endure. She finished the first batch of maize dough, wiping the metate clean with a cloth dampened with water. The water left a brief, dark sheen on the polished basalt. The heavy stone cooled quickly under the evening air. Residue of the corn dust lay pale on her hands, a fine film of the day's hard work. She moved now to the second task, the preparation for rest. The simple woven mats lay rolled against the wall, made from dried reeds woven tightly together. They offered a barrier between the body and the cold earth. She unrolled one mat, slowly letting it unfurl. Smell of the dried fibers was sharp, clean, grassy. It released a breath of the sun that had cured them. Simplicity of the bedding was absolutely a soft layer between the day and the deep night. The small ceramic bowl holding the prepared masa was set. Aside it would wait for the cool dawn and the cooking fire. Everything held its place in the slow rhythm. There was no haste, no frantic motion in the evening only. The unwinding of the day's tight coil of effort. She poured a small amount of clean water into a shallow gourd. The water was cool, drawn earlier from the deep cistern. Tasted of limestone and the earth's quiet minerals, washing the hands and face, removing the fine dust. The water felt refreshing, a shock against the heated skin. The small ritual of cleansing before the long stillness. The body prepared for its inevitable descent into rest. Mind began to slow its frantic daily inventory. Lists of tasks completed the list, awaiting the morning. The sounds of the night grew louder. As the human noise diminished, the cicadas reached a high, steady, insistent pitch. 1,000 tiny engines running in the darkness. Sometimes the distant cry of a nocturnal bird. Lonely high sound swallowed quickly by the jungle. The fire in the hearth faded further now to dark red and gray. Only the faintest plume of smoke rose slowly to the thatch. Ceiling of the hut was woven tightly interlocking reeds, a dark shadow overhead holding the heat aloft. She lay down upon the simple woven mat. The Reed fibers yielded slightly beneath her weight, a gentle firmness supporting the exhausted frame. Her joints began to complain softly with the release of tension. Slow unwinding of muscles, held tight all day, she pulled a light thin cotton cloth over her body protection against the slight chill that precedes the deep night. The cotton was undyed, unbleached, soft from washing it. Smelled faintly of ash and sun. The breathing deepened slowly, becoming more even. The transition from effort to stillness was a gradual slope. She watched the faint light struggling through the cracks in the wall. Slivers of moonlight carving the interior space. These were the paths the spirits traveled in the dark. Ancestors watching over the sleeping compound. The weight of time felt immense in this silence. The knowledge that the ancestors had slept on these same mats, listened to these same cicadas, beneath these same stars. The continuity was comforting, absolute, unwavering. The city outside the walls was shifting. To its nocturnal phase, the high priest might still be observing the celestial sphere charting. The movement of Venus, the morning star, the scribes might still be etching glyphs onto gamp plaster, recording the history, the battles, the precise dates, but here in the commoner's dwelling only rest mattered. The simple imperative to recover, to restore the strength. The heavy weariness settled over her like a mantle cloak of exhaustion earned through honest labor. Eyes closed, slowly, finally surrendering. To the dark, the last conscious thought drifted away like smoke, leaving only the lingering sensation of the cool, smooth clay floor, the memory of the weight of the grinding stone in the hand, the soft, gentle pressure fading into oblivion, the low drone of the cicadas became of the silence itself. It was no longer a sound, but a state of being, the slow, deep, hypnotic pulse of the endless jungle. Body surrendered fully to the earth's gravitational pull, sinking down into the heavy darkness. The mind released its grip on the tedious details. The boundaries between the body and the space dissolved, becoming one with the ancient air of the settlement, drifting deeper, deeper into the Maya night. The stone monuments stood silent, guarding the slumber. History, etched on their sides, held its breath, waiting for the return of the sun, the return of the effort. But for now, there was only the slow, peaceful falling down into the dark, cool space beneath the watchful stars. No dreams, yet only the profound. Absence of wakefulness, the slow, slow spin of the cosmic wheel continued unseen, while the life beneath the thatched roof rested quietly. Simple life measured only in breath and silence, a perfect stillness held within the deep amber night. The breath was deep and slow, steady and reassuring, the pulse of survival continuing in the darkness, the heavy weight of the day completely forgotten now, the memory erased by the gentle, cool touch of sleep, a deep, restorative quiet enveloping the entire world. Nothing to strive for, nothing to calculate, nothing to fear, only the deep rest, the profound, slow surrender, the heavy silence of the common hearth at midnight, protected by the strong walls and the surrounding forest. The cycle of the grinding, the planting, the building, all suspended for this moment of perfect repose. The deep quiet permeated the woven mats, the cool clay sinking into the very bones of the earth. Weight of time was lifted, the effort relieved, a slow drift through the soft, eternal darkness by the presence of the great carved ancestors, sinking slowly deeper into the quiet Maya slumber. The air moved gently across the face, soft and cool. A quiet breath drawn from the heart of the tropics, the deep breath, the steady rhythm, the absolute peace falling down, down into the core of the ancient stone, letting go of every thought, every conscious thread, surrendering to the heavy, beautiful stillness, the sound of silence stretching out endlessly, the world holding its breath for the deep sleeper, quiet, steady. Descent into the center of the night, deeply, deeply resting under the vast, silent canvas of the star-filled sky. Gentle weight of the long history providing comfort. The knowledge that the morning will return slowly, certainly, but now only the darkness. The quiet, the deep, deep rest, allowing the mind to unwind, completely, utterly drifting effortlessly through the currents of the night. The simple, perfect stillness of the commoner's repose, the final surrender to the absolute quiet, letting the ancient world hold the body safely down into the deepest of the profound sleep, the slow, gentle turning of the night's deep phase. quiet hum of existence, continuing without effort, perfect, unwavering, peaceful oblivion. The last coil of rope now slackened it against. The cool, damp stone. The air here was thicker, a syrupy chill that settled deep in the hollows of the chest. We stood upon the threshold off the lower ossuary, vast hollowed space coop, out of the planet's silent core. Above us, the world of sun and sand had ceased its turning, only the faint geological tremor off the sleeping mountain remained. Our single lantern cast a bruised amber circle against the immense subterranean darkness dust. Motes suspended since the close of the last adge drifted slowly through. The heavy sepulchral air, each grain a miniature, world caught in the faint illumination. The light crawled along walls of worked black, basalt touched with delicate sigils that predated all known dynastic histories. They spoke not of kings or of human conquest, but of orbital mechanics and deep time of silent gangs that slept beneath the continental crust. In the center of this profound chamber lay a monolith impossibly smooth. It had not been polished by hands, but seemed instead to drink the available light, rendering itself an obsidian void. Its surface was cold and quiescent like the skin of deep, undisturbed water. This was the silent Markarth, ancient stones spoken of in the fragmented text that Nazrullah had guarded with such reverence. We moved closer, footsteps instantly swallowed the absolute silence that resided here, a perpetual stillness woven to the very fabric of the earth's mantle. As my fingers hesitantly brushed the cold, unyielding surface here, subtle, profound shift occurred not in the stone itself, but within the deep cavity of the surrounding air. The darkness began to hum a low-frequency resonantia, deep infrasonic chord, bypassed the air and vibrated against the vulnerable bone. It was the sound of colossal machinery turning at the pace of eons. A vision bloomed behind the weary eyelids of the mind, not a scene of human conflict or a grand architectural marvel, but a singular, desolate field of white frost under a distant sulphurous moon. Beneath the unforgiving frost, a rhythmic mechanical pulse. The marker was singing to us a secret song of frozen mechanics, off an intelligence that built things not of fleeting bronze or mortal clay, but of pure, unmeasurable duration. We had been seeking a lost treasure, but the stone showed us a clockwork hearthed deep below the surface of the civilized world. The pervasive chill intensified suddenly, not the mere temperature of the humid air, but the cold of absolute realization. The knowledge was too large, too vast for the fragile waking mind to hold. I pulled my hand back quickly, breath shallow and abruptly thin. The marker remained eternally still, but the residual echo of that heavy metallic pulse stayed locked within the marrow. The floor of black basalt beneath our tired feet felt suddenly thin and insufficient, a fragile shell over something immense and subtly moving. This great secret was not buried by the careful hands of men. It was merely contained by the colossal, overwhelming weight of the entire mountain range. We had grievously disturbed a slumber off something far older than geology itself. The slow rhythmic pulse faded, finally leaving the profound echoing silence. Heavier than before, a burden we now carried. We knew then the path ahead was not merely descending, it was leading us inwards toward the very source of that persistent cold. Rhythmic beat. The basalt floor seemed to ripple slightly, now a trick of the exhausted ire, perhaps the slow, careful flexing of the colossal, unknown mechanism below. We turned away from the silent marker wood. A passage barely visible in the encroaching gloom, of velvet aperture opening into deeper, untold mysteries. The subterranean air seemed to be pulling us forward, a slow, inexorable gravitational draw into the very heart of the sleeping earth. We followed the faintest whisper off the lingering mechanical resonantia. Slow, steady guide through the utter subterranean night towards what could only be the inevitable conclusion, or perhaps merely the deeper spiral off the long-forgotten core. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow and steeply angled, forcing a slow, deliberate, humble crawl. The darkness ahead was absolute and completely vast. Cloak woven from the absence of all available stars, we left the failing amber light of the lantern behind you, trusting only in the persistent memory of the cold metallic rhythm and the deep hypnotic conviction that sleep was slowly, surely coming to claim us in the unyielding heart of the ancient stone. The City remained cloaked, hushed, still breathing slow beneath. The velvet weight of the pre-dawn sky, a profound silence settled the great plaza, where the ancient stone stood etched. The darkness, limestone monuments, massive and indifferent, waited for the sun god, Kinechahau, to climb the eastern ridge, but the city did not wait for light to begin its necessary movement. Far below the shadow-draped peaks of the pyramid's life already stirred within the dense lattice of dwelling, a soft, low rustling sound, a sound of humanity waking to the heavy mantle of the classic period. This was the quiet ritual of sustaining life, the unseen essential toil that powered the glittering courts. And the astronomical calculations in a humble stuccoed house near the northern edge of the urban spread, a woman named Ixchelpuck began her day. Her waking was not marked by urgency, but by the deeply ingrained recognition of need a slow inhalation, of the damp earthen air, the scent of residual wood smoke clinging to the thatch roof, the humidity pressed close a wet woolen blanket, muffling all distant sounds. Chelpuck rose from the woven mat upon the low sleeping platform, her movements practiced and minimal. The air within the small structure held the specific sweetness of drying cotton and sleeping bodies outside. The jungle sighed a constant presence, an endless exhaled breath. The first task, always the first task, was to fire small fragments of dried copal wood placed delicately beneath the worn grinding stones of the hearth, a single careful strike of obsidian against flint, generating the essential spark, a brief, ephemeral moment of brilliant yellow light, instantly swallowed by the enduring dark. The flame grew slowly, patiently nurtured by small puffs of air from Ixchelpuck's lungs. The firelight unfolded across the packed earth floor in hues of deep amber and ruddy gold. It illuminated the few precious objects of their existence, a small clay figurine of the maize god, a basket holding dried chiles, a sleeping child bundled in thick coarse cloth. The heat began its slow work, pushing back the persistent chill of the night. This was the energy center of the Maya home, the source of sustenance and warmth and protection. Next came the water. The great heavy clay jar stood ready, resting against the cool plaster walls. Chelpuck lifted the vessel, its weight already known, already accepted. She stepped out into the lingering night, air guided by the faintest glimmer of the morning star. The dew slicked the grass outside the compound gates. Her feet knew the path to the nearest cistern, a deep excavation lined with perfectly fitted stone, where the collected rainwater waited. The journey was short, but the act was measured. Water was a profound commodity, a daily negotiation with the gods of the rain. Chalk himself, she dipped the smaller gourd deep into the cool, dark water, allowing the liquid to rush into the large jar. With a satisfying muted echo, sound was clean and elemental, a sound of purity in the overwhelming density of the jungle city. Carried the jar back, its heavy bulk resting perfectly against her hip, the rhythm of her walk accommodating its shifting weight. This slow rotation of chores was the true foundation of Teol Ajal rule. The meticulous repetition of common life sustained the sacred kingship. Grinding stone called the metate waited upon a low, sturdy bench. It was a piece of inherited earth, basalt rock, pitted and worn concave from generations of use. The surface was smooth as velvet, where the mano, the smaller rolling stone, had polished it over countless seasons. Corn had been boiled the night before, steeped in an alkaline solution of lime or wood ash, a process called nixtamalization. The process released the vital nutrients trapped within the kernels, making the corn digestible and turning it into a soft, pliable mass. Chelpuck sat before the metate, her back straighter, knees tucked beneath her simple cotton skirt. She took a handful of the wet plump kernel. The sound began. Sound that defined the classic Maya, the slow, steady, rasping friction of stone against stone. It was the sound of necessary power being unlocked, relentless rhythmic scraping, a deep meditative bass line underlying the waking city. Moved the mano back and forth, pressing the wet corn firmly against the sloping surface of the metate. The movement required strength and endurance, not frantic speed. The muscles of her arms, shoulders, and back engaged in a continuous low effort. Corn paste emerged slow and thick, slightly gritty, falling into the bowl below the grinding surface. Masa, the essential dough, the very soul of their civilization. Each stroke of the grinding stone was a small victory against hunger. Each stroke was a repetition learned from her mother and her mother's mother, stretching back into the mist of time. Air filled with the earthy sweet scent of freshly milled maize. It was a deeply satisfying smell that spoke of warmth and sustenance. Her breath fell into the rhythm of the work, a slow, controlled exhalation with every push forward. The rest of the household began to stir around her. Her husband, Hull farmer and occasional stonecutter, woke, stretching his broad shoulders. He would be heading out soon to the milpa, their small cultivated field situated just beyond the city center. But first, the tortillas must be made. Hull watched her work for a moment, a silent acknowledgement of the energy she expended before the day truly began. The volume of masa required was significant, not just enough for the immediate morning meal, but enough to prepare for Hull's long day of labor and the heat. He would take with him a handful cool dried tortillas and perhaps a small gourd of atoll, a thin, warm corn drink. The sound of the grinding continued, unwavering, relentless. Steady, hypnotic sound that signaled order and peace. It was the sound of the world remaining stable, of the necessary routines holding the chaos of the jungle at bay. Finally, the mound of masa was complete, smooth, and yielding, ready to be formed. Chelpuck scraped the final traces of the paste from the stone with a piece of dried gourd, cleaning the ancient surface meticulously. The true work of forming the tortillas now began. She pinched off small, perfect spheres of the dough in her practiced hands. The spheres were pressed and patted between her palms, a rapid, rhythmic slapping sound echoing off the stucco walls. Pat, 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 pat. The sound of perfect symmetry being achieved. Then round flat cakes were laid upon the clay comal already heating over the hearth fire. Heat was immediate and intense, the sweet smoke rising from the baking dough. Tortillas puffed slightly, turning a beautiful golden brown on the underside. She flipped them quickly with her bare fingers, toughened by years of working with the fire. Each tortilla was identical, a unit of energy, a small circle of perfect necessity. Hull was preparing his tools, the flint axe head secured tightly with natural fiber rope. The simple digging stick hardened in the fire. His focus was on the earth outside, on the soil that needed constant attention. The milpa was a fragile ecosystem requiring tedious cyclical care, clearing, burning, planting, harvesting, the endless necessary rotation. He spoke a few soft words to the sleeping child, asking the gods for protection against the night serpents and the swift jungle cat. The first tortilla was ready. Steaming fragrant, it was the culmination of hours of preparatory work, the essence of their existence condensed into a single warm flatbread. The light outside had shifted from deep cobalt to soft bruised purple. Air was growing heavier, thicker, promising the sun's inevitable oppressive heat. The city was waking now, more fully. Distant voices carried on the strengthening breeze. The high thin cry of a market vendor already setting up their stall in the plaza, the echoing boom of a conch shell sounding from the distant temple structure, announcing the priests beginning their early morning prayers. The low rhythmic sound of another metate starting up in the neighboring dwelling. The sound multiplied, spreading slowly through the urban cluster, the collective hum of the common people fueling the magnificence of the divine city. Chelpuck placed a small stack of the warm finished tortillas into Hull's traveling basket, prepared the atoll, mixing the thin watery masa with a touch of chili and perhaps a drop of honey if they were lucky. Hull drank quickly, efficiently, preparing his body for the long stretch of sun-drenched labor. His work in the milpa was hard, tedious, physically demanding, but it was predictable. Was the sustaining routine, the deep bond between man and earth. He slung a fiber pouch over his shoulder, containing seeds and a small offering of incense for the earth deities. Nodded to Chelpuck. A communication older than language, a shared understanding of their complementary. Casksy stepped out of the amber light of the hut into the growing silver light of the true dawn. Heavy gates of the compound creaked softly as he pulled them shut behind him. Chelpuck watched him go before turning back to the chores that remained. Washing the grinding stone, cleaning the pots, banking the fire. The daily routine was far from over. It was a chain of endless small acts, each linked to the survival of the next hour, the next day, the next season. She took a moment to savor the warmth of a freshly made tortilla in her own hands. The taste was simple, pure, and profound, the flavor of limestone and sun and patient labor. The city was now fully awake. The great structure of the world demanded its daily dues. Tedious rhythm of life continued slow and necessary beneath the shadow of the mighty kings and the perfect pyramids. The sun was climbing a vast fiery orange disk, beginning its merciless ascent. Into the humid sky, the day of repetition had begun. The daily offering of effort was placed upon the altar of existence. A slow, smooth rotation of endurance and duty. Block quote. The heavy heat of the afternoon begins its gradual retreat, a slow surrender. To the rising shadows, the brilliant white limestone ethet had scorched the sky. Midnight takes on a soft ochre hue. This transition is not swift, it is a long-drawn breath and hold by the jungle itself. The distant cry of the scarlet macaw is muffled by the deepening foliage sound sinking into the damp earth. You stand amidst the residential compoundure. The routine shifts from the field to the hearth. The great plazas of the city may hold this silence of monumental architecture, but here in the common spaces, a rhythmic murmur begins to swell as the sound of the evening meal, oldest sound in these lowlands. Monotonous whisper of maize buying, rendered into mesa. The metate stone is worn smooth by generations of Hansa, concave valley, etched by necessity. The weight of the minoth grinding stone held in strong fingers falls, and a deep, dull thud followed by the coarse, scraping sound as the kernels break apart. This labor is measured not in minutes or hours, but in the slow accumulation of fine, white dust that promises sustenance. The air is thick with the scent of damp corn, wheat, starchy perfumingly with the smoke of slow cooking coals. Imagine the posture low to the ground, back bowed slight life, arms moving with relentless precision. Muscles, remember the motion. It is an ancient dance performed by every person in every home since the first stone was shaped. Listen closely. Sound is never truly singular, is 1,000 tiny abrasions happening across the city simultaneously in vast percussive symphony of necessity and repetition, heartbeat of the classic Maya World One. Metate answers another call and response across the humid evening air. The sun dips lower still and the quality of the light changes. Entirely it becomes thick. Amber honey spilling across the stuccoed walls, the simple thatched roofs of the household Shrin sketched this final globe for. Being swallowed by shadow, the stone architecture dominates. The urban core is not merely for the gods and the kings, it reflects. The daily measure of timite channels the wind. It holds the cool memory of the night walk. Slowly now towards the residential grouping. Family cluster of small structures built around a central courtyard. The paving here is not the perfectly fitted mosaic off the great royal walkways, but rough, uneven stone worn smooth by bare feet feel. The coolness rising from the earth as the moisture begins to condense, a soothing balm after the heat. The walls are often wattle and daub coated thickly in lime plaster. Protective skin against the elements, they are humble yet essential offering. Sanctuary from the jagger and the storm. Inside these chambers, air is hushed and still. Faint smell of wood smoke lingers, a protective spirit guardian, the sleeping moths within. From reeds or palm fibers, they are unrolled on the raised platforms waiting for the darkness. Platforms elevate the body away from the dampness, away from the tiny creeping things that own the jungle floor. The life of the Miaye, one of meticulous placementary, has its designated space, its rhythm, its function. Even the small ceramic bolsters for storing pigments or speeches are placed with intention waiting. For the morning light, consider the weight of the water jar, a large terracotta vessel, its porous surface. Weeping moisture to keep the contents cool. Your young hand reaches out now to scoop the cooling water, oozing a smaller carved gourd. The sound is a gentle splash of momentary disruption in the gathering silence. The shadows now are deep indigo velvet pooling around the base of the structure, lending them an immense age. The jungle edges, closer its vast and different presence here. Constant reminder of the frontier. Great trees hold their breath. Canopy above the city is a dark, heavy blanket stitched with the first faint stars. These stars are not merely points of light. They are the markers of time as celestial movements. that dictate the cycles of planting and harvest. The priests on the pyramids there, even now beginning their vigils tracing the slow paths of Venus and the Pleiades, but here in the residential court, focus is much closer to immediate needs of the family. Simple preparation for sleep. The older children are tasked with smoothing the grinding stones, washing the utensils, readying them for the dawn. The meticulousness of cleanliness and act of respect and nod to the deities of the hard hand, the earth. The corn paste, the precious maize, formed into simple flat patties ready to be cooked on the hot comal. The faint sizzle of cooking tortillas. Another soft sound added to the night, a momentary flash of heat and steam. The light within the structure comes from a simple clay lamberting, copal resin or fattet, casts the elongated dancing shadows in the interior plaster, making the simple room seem vast and mysterious. The smell of the burning resinous, mildly sweet and intensely earthy, it wards off insects, cleanses the air. This smoke is a prayer rising unseen to the ancestors who rest beneath the paving stones. The lineage is everything the weight of the past is carried in the names of the children and the layout of the family compound. Look down at the worn stones beneath your feet underneath this. Courtyard generations are sleeping. Their presence is palpably a quiet guardianship, a silent audience. To the grinding and the cooking and the sleeping, okay, work never truly ends, but the pace slows to an imperceptible crawl as the darkness deepens. The fatigue of the body. Exhaustion earned by sun and stone becomes a profound heaviness, a slow descent into rest uncomplicated by the anxieties of the complex worldly. The certainty of the next day's labor feel the coolness of the airno carrying the rich aroma of damp jungle soil and flowering night vines. The sound of the howler monkeys begins there. Evening proclamation, a deep guttural echo rolling off the sides of the pyramids is a primal sound, the voice of the wildness pressing against the organized space of the city. The Mia understood this balance of constant negotiation between the constructed world and the eternal green chaos. They built their cities of lasting limestone edo. Push back the jungle edo, create a space for order and civilization, yeah. They honored the wildness too, for it held the rain and the gods of the wind. Close your eyes, slight lined. Feel the stone surrounding you. It holds the heat of the day and slowly releases it into the cool night. Imagine the sheer volume of stone cut, quarried, and placed by the hands of people exactly like these will now prepare their humble meal. The weight of time is heavy here, measured in the slow erosion of the limestone, gradual growth of the moss on the steps. The ancient routines are the anchors. Daily repetition is the constant. Rhythmic kept the civilization stable for 1,000 years. Final task of the ninjas, often the preparation of the atolia, thick warm drink made from the maize dough. It is nourishing and comforting, a final warming shield against the cool, humid night. The low conversations in the courtyard air winding down, nor reduced to soft murmurous instructions given in low tones. A tired mother gently fans the camal, last embers fading to a soft orange glow like tiny sleeping eyes. The children are already curled upon their reed mats, their breathing deep and steady, exhaustion claiming them completely. They sleep beneath the very stone their fathers labored to place, protected by the walls. Ancestors first plastered. The architecture of the dwelling is built specifically for this climate, allowing the slight night breeze to filter through the doorways. The doorway itself is often low, requiring a slight bowing of the head and unconscious gesture of humility when entering the she. The moon, if visible tonight, will cast long, sharp shadows across the central plaza miles away, making the great temples look like giants. But here the light is softer absbed by the thatch and the mud walls, a gentle, pervasive darkness. The sound of the grinding has ceased, the air is quieter, not only the distant rustling of the forest remains and the steady chirping of the night insects. The routine of the day is folded neatly away like the sleeping mats waiting to be unfurled at dawn. The silence that dissenses, a profound weighted silence, sound of a great city sleeping. Moment of rest is earned by the sun on the back bee. The weight of the basket bee, the relentless motion of the metate, is a shared experience from the humblest farmer to the king in his high stucco palace. Everyone must yield to the body's demand for the restorative power of the darkness feel. The vastness of the space around youth, hundreds of thousands of people know, simultaneously slipping into sleep under the governance of the celestial clock, the stars overhead are spinning their slow, precise cycles, marking the long count of the Maya calendar with the individual moment. But the individual moment, routine, the repetition that is the true strength of this world is the unseen constant, deep underlying hum beneath the dramatic rituals and the declarations of the kings. Imagine the hands now resting, hands that planted the seed, shaped the clay ground the grain, raised the stone. They are folded now. In stillness preparing for the return of the sunkinich, a jaw rising, the velvet darkness presses, in heavy and cooling promising. Deep, deep rest. Let the weight of the ancient stone ensure your own breathing flow, and deep inhale the scent of the night. The cool earth and the copal smoke exhale the tension of your day. The world of the classic maize sinking deeper into the evening. Sounds fading. Vigilance pausing, the routine is secure as cycle, unbroken sleep now beneath the deep shadow soft, the limestone. Walls sleep Maudo, the lingering quiet off the evening hearth. Now as the stars turned slowly over the ancient city, the air within the deep chamber remained hushed day. Stillness measured in centuries lingered upon the cold obsidian surfaces. The echoes of the whispered words now faded into the velvet dark, leaving only the slow, steady rhythm of your own quiet breathing. Single flicker of the oil lamp cast long dancing shadows against the arched wall. These deep shadows seemed to swallow the distant corners of the room, making the true dimensions of this ancient repository impossible to discern you. Felt the lingering residue of untold lifetimes etched into the very stone beneath your fingertips. The cool marble offered a subtle resistance, a promise of permanence that defied the passing of sun and season. The weight of the knowledge uncovered here, pressed lightly against the minda feather of understanding, settling gently upon the deepest well of thought. This quietude was not emptiness, but a fullness of history compressed. The dust motes suspended in the narrow shafts of light seemed to hang motionless, tiny, spinning galaxies caught in the silver thread of illumination, each particle an infinitesimal clock, measuring time impossibly. Slow increments. The scroll you had studied spoke of the celestial architecte, figure cloaked in myth whose movements determined the paths of the wandering stars. It described a sequence of alignment, a cosmic key needed to unlock the final sanctima. Deep low hum began to resonate through the floor, a frequency so low that it was felt more in the chest cavity than heard by the ear. It vibrated softly through the solace of your feet, connecting you intimately to the earth. This sound was ancient, older than the walls surrounding you, older perhaps than the language inscribed upon the walls. It was the steady pulse of deep rock reacting to the pressure of forgotten time. You waited suspended in that resonant space, allowing the vibration to wash over. Youth amber glow of the lamp intensified briefly, then dimmed in synchronicity with the low pulse, like a heart drawing a slow, slow breath in the darkness along the far wall where the intricate astronomical diagram was carved into the schiste seam. Began to reveal itself, not a sudden fissure, but a subtle division in the ancient stonework. The seam outlined a massive circular doorway, perfectly fitted and silent until this moment. The vibration grew slightly stronger, urging you forward with an irresistible slow pull. You rose, slowly moving without effort across the polished floor. The air grew perceptibly cooler as you approached the newly visible threshold. This chill carried the dry, clean scent of pure deep earth and minerals. The circular door was not held shut by any visible mechanism or hinge. It was sealed by its own immense weight and by the passage of millennia. Yet the low hum, the deep resonating tone was causing the surface of the stone to shimmer faintly. It was the stone sighing, open in slow, deliberate resistance, observing the carved patterns upon the surface of this colossal barrier. You saw that they were maps within maps of earthly continents, but charts detailing the precise moment of cosmic intersection, the alignment described in the scroll, now physically manifested before you, etched in granite and awaiting the final action. A quiet whisper seemed to drift from the stone itself, not words you could understand, but pure resonant intent, a suggestion of infinite distance and profound proximity. All at once you reached out, a cautious hand to the cool, massive surface. Stone felt impossibly smooth, like the surface of a river-worn pebble, but underneath that stillness, you could feel the deep internal trembling, the circular. Door began its infinitesimal shift. A grinding sound softer than the fall of sand was heard. Sound of stone yielding to immense invisible pressure. The gap widened slightly, offering a sliver of darkness even deeper than the chamber you occupied. Was the black a pure absolute void, and from within that crack, a faint light began to emerge. This light was not the familiar yellow fire or the cool silver of the moon. It was a deep, luminous blue-a color that belonged to the ocean floor or the depths of interstellar gas clouds. It was the color of pure cold truth. The light intensified, slowly painting a single narrow vertical line across the floor as the door continued its slow hypnotic yield. The blue light revealed the space beyond it was not another chamber, but seemed to open onto a vast, empty expanse, a place where gravity felt slightly less certain and the air was thinner, sweeter. You drew closer to the edge of the threshold, peering into the blue expanse. It was like looking into a winter sky before dawn where the stars still hold their highest brilliance, and within this deep blue abyss something was suspended, not floating or resting, but held in perfect static balance. It was a single platform of the same smooth black obsidian, and upon this platform rested one solitary object, a perfect sphere of flawless crystal, almost perfectly transparent. It absorbed the faint blue light, making the crystal seem to hum and glow. The crystal sphere pulsed slowly, mirroring the slow, steady heartbeat you felt in your own chest. It was utterly silent, yet seemed to contain all the noise of the universe in miniature. You could see faint swirling shapes suspended within its core shapes that resembled nebulae and distant spiral arms of galaxies. A living map of the cosmos contained within a handheld globe. The floor of the main chamber was now completely resonating with the low frequency, the sound reaching a critical point of perfect sustained pitch. The blue light flooded out, now casting strange, elongated shadows that stretched and distorted the known world. This sphere was clearly the culmination, the final cipher mentioned in the ancient writings, the ultimate mechanism of the celestial architect, but how to approach it, how to interact with something so utterly profound and alien in its stillness. You took a single slow step across the threshold onto the obsidian platform. The surface felt warm underfoot, surprisingly alive. The crystal sphere glowed more brightly, as if acknowledging your presence. It did not feel dangerous, but profoundly significant, an object of immense power held in perfect repose. You moved toward the crystal sphere, observing the slow, silent swirling patterns within you. Noticed that the light reflecting from its surface was subtly different. Now it was reflecting not the lamp or the walls of the vault, but a specific image of a single location. Place built entirely of white, smooth bone, structure forgotten by geography, built under a sky that held two moons. The reflection showed winding spiral towers that seemed to touch the edge of the sky, built from the massive bleached ribs of some long extinct colossal creature. This was a place entirely unknown to the maps of the AJ city, built entirely of spectral white bone under the cold gaze of a dual lunar presence. The crystal sphere had become a window, a profound scrying glass revealing a hidden destination, a place named in the text as the apex of remembrance. The image was so clear, so perfect, that you felt the sudden sharp cold of that foreign air, and as you gazed deeply into the smooth surface of the cosmic sphere, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement occurred within the crystal core. A single thread of that deep blue light detached itself from the nebula patterns and began to move slowly across the inner surface of the sphere. Traced a line, a slow, deliberate path that mirrored a specific constellation high in the winter sky. But then the tiny blue thread ceased its predictable movement. It stopped its arc and instead moved sharply down toward the base of the crystal sphere. Began to trace a single letter, a glyph that was both familiar and impossible. A symbol that spoke of time reversed and memory made fluid, and as the glyph completed its slow, silent inscription within the light, the crystal sphere gave off a final brief pulse of intense, cold blue radiance, the image of the bone city vanished, replaced by a profound darkness within the crystal. And then from that darkness, a soft sound emerged. A chime so subtle, so deep that it sounded like glass shattering in a dream, followed immediately by a sensation of falling, not a physical drop, but a slow, disorienting slip away from the solidity of the chamber. The humming ceased, complete leaving. Only the sound of air rushing past your ears, a sound of vast open space. You're drifting now, carried gently away from the threshold of the vault. The deep blue light retreating swiftly behind you, leaving you suspended in a slow, soft wash of darkness. Memory of the bone city and the twin moons lingers like a profound perfume. The crystal sphere waits still and cold in the receding blue your journey. Through the apex of remembrance is just beginning. The quiet currents of the unknown carry deeper into the velvet night towards the twin lights that wait above the skeletal towers. The air still tasted of stone and shadow, a deep, damp chill held. Close by the towering root systems and the massive ancient temple flanks. The deep jungle silence was a heavy velvet cloak thrown over the city. Center Evan the cicadas seemed to wait for the exact moment of dawnto. Dare their frenzied chorus below. The steep pyramid slopes where the royal astronomers had tracked the slow peregrinations of Venus life stirred in the residential courtyards, a life defined not by jade and ritual bloodletting, by the relentless weight of the grinding stone. Cold, damp air breathed against the skin of the sleeping city. The faint scent of dying wood smoke lingered etched into the low thatched eaves of the household huts. Single distant sound began to assert itself, a dull, resonant, scrapey, rhythmic assertion. Of morning labor, it was the sound of the metate, the heavy basalt, grinding stones, bedrock of all Maya existence. The tedious, repetitive sound. Necessary, monotonous pulseth that preceded all conversation, all trade, all worship. The first woman to rise. Moved like a shadow, her limbs stiff with the dew-heavy cold of the pre-dawn hours. Her hands instinctively sought the familiar weight. Rough curvature of the minnow, the upper stone held against the lower metate, the maize kernels previously soaked in. Alkali solution softened and swollen where heaped upon the shallow dish of the stone, ready for the slow pulverization to become the life-giving masa. The work was immediate and unforgiving. Stone was cold and unforgiving, a dense, igneous weight that required all the strength of her shoulders and the steady power of her back. The scraping began, Shashanka. Slow, deliberate. Push forward, Shishi. Heavy dragging return. This was not a swift, easy movement, but a deep, slow, demanding effort designed to break down the hardened grain cell by shielding toe a fine flour. Shh. Sound echoed off the close clay walls, dampening the high frequencies of ing. Only the low, hypnotic hum of raw labor. Sky outside the courtyard was still a deep obsidian hill pierced only by the diamond-sharp light of the remaining stars, but the grinding signaled the inexorable approach of Karen's sun. Lord, the grinding required total focus. The rhythm must be maintained too fast, and the flour would be coarse. And even too slow, and the work would never be finished before the heat of the day descended. Hands grew rougher, immediately palms, gripping the stone, transferring the full force of the body's weight into the task. The sound of the maize fibers tearing and crushing was a whisper beneath the dominant shanka. White powder already began to dust the stone, and the woman's strong forearms of pale lunar silt settling onto the dark earth for it. Smelled of damp earth and the slightly sweet aroma of the crushed corn, the essence of the sustenance to come. She lowered her head slightly, her breathing steady and measured, matching the pace of the stone. Her mind was empty save for the shanth. Repetition was a meditation, a necessary surrender to the endless cycle of cultivation and consumption. Quiet prayer that underpinned the entire structure of the Maya world. The priests might ascend the pyramids with smoke and solemn incantations, but the true offering was this: endless transformation of field into food rock, into life. Other faint sounds began to join the primary rhythmanether metate, starting a few compounds. A waya slightly higher pitch, slightly faster, tempo creating a complex underlying dronia chorus of tedious necessity. The dogs of the compound shifted restlessly. A small chuffing sound quickly suppressed by the pervasive sound of the grinding. Humid air grew infinitesimally warmer, a subtle shift that only the deepest sleeper would miss. The stars began to thin near brilliant pinpoint clarity dissolving into the encroaching gray. First light was not gold or red, but a dull, pearlescent haze filtering through the dense, layered canopy of the jungle. The roof had promised Heaton the heavy burden. Of the day ahead, the woman continued to work the stone, her movement now fluid and mechanical, inertia of the past hour carrying her forward chance. Massa. From slowly a thick, heavy a thick, heavy a pile beside the metate must be flawless. The primary ingredient for the tortillas, the tamales, the gruels, the necessary fuel for the laborers, who would soon depart for the terraced fields or climb. The steep ladders of the civic construction sites, the dust of the stone and the maize coated her skin a thin, fine layer that absorbed the slight sheen of perspiration forming on her brow. Her world was momentarily contained within the confines of the low hut, within the rhythmic boundaries of the stone, the great cycle of time, the long count, the complex mathematics all dissolved into this simple primal task grinding maze. The deep power of the city did not rest in a sculpted face of the Kingor, the solemn procession of the jade-wearing nobles, but in the unseen power of this constant labor's domestic engine that fueled the splendor. The work demanded persistence. The arms ached, but the mind simply ignored the signal. The necessity was absolute. The quiet labor continued without complaint, without pause. The scent of the jungle deepened as the light grew stronger, the damp soil releasing its hidden aromas, earth, decaying matter, and the faint metallic tang of standing water. The air moved slightly, a slight sighing breeze traveling low across the ground, fanning the embers into brief moments of orange glow. The woman finished the first batch of forearms, dusted white hair, breathing slightly strained, but deeply regulated. She scraped the heavy mass of dough together with a gourd spoon, rolling it into a smooth, heavy ball. It was perfect, ready for the cooking fire, ready for the transformation into food. A moment of quiet before the second load began a silence. So brief it was barely perceptible, for the hand returned to the upper stone, and the relentless ritual resumesh sound was the true heartbeat of the classic period, not the boom of the drum on the plaza floor, but this quiet, continuous scraped sound that fed the kingdom. The limestone buildings looming overhead, sculpted portraits of the kings, deep reservoirs of sacred water. They were all supported by the strength content within the steady, monotonous rhythm of the metate. The light now reached the tops of the highest roof kansa. Glorious golden amber hue striking the stucco masks of the sky gods while gazed impassively down upon the awakening city. They saw the grand procession priests in their feather regalia, but they also saw the quiet persistence of the grinding stone below. The work was the same yesterday as it would be tomorrow, a perfect loop of required effort. The muscle memory took over complete trance of effort, where the hand, the stone, and the grain became one purpose. Sound settled into the air, a low, steady vibration, a lullaby of necessary labor. The sound carry you further into the deep routine of the ancient world, where every movement was measured and every piece of corn required effort. Dust settled, soft, lithe hands moved tirelessly. The city began to stir fully, no but beneath the increasing clamor of market sellers and construction shouts. Quiet, hypnotic grinding sound persisted, true anchor of the Maya morning. Shek's endless transformation of stone upon seed. The silent engine turning slowly, surly beneath the emerging glow of Kayan. Weight of the stone felt less like a burden and more like a profound connection to the earth, to the ancestor, so the fundamental requirement of survival. The coolness of the early hour began to fade, replaced by the promise of solar heat, but the grinding motion offered a constant, focused coolness, a small eddy of repetitive calm in the vastness of the demanding jungle days. The evening air relinquished its hold, a cool breath descended from the high dark mountains. It swept across the vast plaza grounds, carrying the scent of damp earth and the faintest whisper of distant burning. Topol, the dwelling had sunk into a profound and palpable hush. The sounds of the day, the chatter of the market, the rhythmic thud of the grinding stone, All were gone, now only the slow measured breathing of the sleeping family remained etched. Into the silence of the night, the moon, if it was visible, offered only a diffused, milky luminescence through. The thick overhead jungle canopy cast no sharp shadows inside, only vague, indistinct shapes that shifted slightly with the passage of time. Earthen floor smoothed hard by countless footsteps felt cool against the exposed skin deep. Luxurious surrender to the lower temperatures, each member of the household was enveloped in rough, spun cotton cloth simple covering against the slight chill that often precedes the true hours of darkness. The mats woven tightly from river reeds cradled the tired bodies there. Texture was rough yet comforting, a familiar bed for generations. The head of the family slept closest to the dwelling. Entrance is rest, Weshelo always listening. For the slightest disturbance in the profound quiet, felt the weight of the ancient city surrounding them. The immense stone structures outside stood silent, majestic witnesses to the slow unfolding of history. Each gigantic block of limestone was a vessel for time itself, holding the memories of countless rituals and seasons. He allowed his mind to drift away from the immediate necessities. Planting the harvest, the careful measuring of the maize stores, he focused instead on the simple rhythm of his own rising and falling chest day, slow, steady pulse in the colossal silence. Outside the dwelling, the nocturnal chorus had reached its zenith. The shrill, unwavering song of the cicadas pierced the darkness, a sound so constant it became the very foundation of the silence. Interspersed with this high-pitched vibration was the deep, croaking chorus from the nearby swamp. Thousands of tiny voices merged into one hypnotic low-frequency drone sound that pulls the mind down into deeper states of rest. The air inside the dwelling was thick with the faint, lingering aromas of the evening meal. The nutty, earthy smell of freshly prepared corn dough still clung to the rafters, with the slightly metallic tang of residual cooking smoke. A small ember in the hearth glowed a tiny point of deep amber light, a watchful eye in the dark heart of the home. It was a point of stability, a quiet reassurance that the fire of the sustaining force had not truly died, only retreated into a temporary slumber sleep. And the Maya world was not an empty space, but a continuation, a submerged state where the spiritual lords could sometimes communicate through fleeting dreams. The weight of the day's labor pressed down on the limbs. The muscles ached with the memory of hoeing and carrying heavy burdens, but this physical exhaustion was welcomed. It was the proof of honest work and the guarantee of true deep repose. The breathing of the youngest child was light and quick, a delicate, fluttering sound that contrasted sharply with the deep, slow breaths of the adults. They were wrapped securely in the center of the sleeping arrangement, protected by the warmth of the gathered bodies. The night air carried moisture, a heavy humidity that promised a quick and steamy sunrise. It settled on the surface of the skin, a fine, almost imperceptible mist. Everything was cloaked in this wet midnight darkness. The dense canopy above sealed the world away from the stars, creating a private universe of sound and shadow only. The softest movements disturbed the tranquility, perhaps. A tiny gecko scuttling across the thatched ceiling, or the faint scratching of a nocturnal rodent seeking refuge in the cool walls. These sounds were not alarming, they were simply the punctuation marks of the ancient night. They affirmed the wildness, the persistence of the jungle life surrounding the meticulously maintained city. Man listened to these soft intrusions, his hearing attuned to the specific frequencies of danger and safety, knew the difference between the harmless rustle of a leaf and the heavy tread of a jaguar. But tonight the sound spoke only of peace and continuation. The deep quiet of the classic period Maya world was overwhelming, a silence magnified by the sheer scale of the surrounding civilization. Miles of carefully carved stone plazas and pyramids lay motionless. For the dawn and the return of human activity, the limestone structures absorbed the heat during the day and radiated subtle coolness. At night, a cold, dense energy that seeped into the ground. He imagined the complex carvings on the nearby steel glyphs etched deep into the ancient stone faces of the kings. Two were sleeping, their histories suspended in the velvet darkness there. Narratives awaiting the next shaft of morning light to bring them briefly back to life. The passage of time felt slow, almost immobile. It was not measured by mechanical clocks, but by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow shift in the symphony. Of the insects, the Maya understood time not as a line, but as a sequence of repeating cycles. Tonight was just one turn of the great relay. Predictable moment of rest before the inevitable return of the sun. God, Kinichahau. Further into the peaceful void, his thoughts dissolving like smoke in the high humid air. He felt himself floating weightless between the cool hard earth below and the woven mat above. Of a state of perfect equilibrium, the sensation of his own body became vague, indistinct. He was simply a presence, a breath within the sheltering darkness. The simple act of being alive in this ancient world felt profound. A direct connection to the generations that had slept in this exact manner on this same earth beneath. The same colossal monuments. The knowledge of the morning tasks was still there. The need to rise before the first hint of orange touched the eastern sky to begin the arduous process of preparing the corn for the family, but that necessity was softened by the insulating layer of the night. It was a duty that belonged to the future, not to this precious hushed moment. The sounds from the central plaza were completely muffled by distance and by the density of the jungle. No loud celebrations, no late night drumming, only the natural harmonics of the environment. A deep sense of security settled over the sleeping inhabitants. Village guards were moving silently along the perimeter paths, their shadows merging seamlessly with the greater darkness. Silent vigil ensuring the continued peace. The woman lying beside the man stirred slightly. Her movements were gentle, almost fluid, a ripple in the stillness. She shifted the weight of the cotton blanket. Adjusting to a deeper comfort, her breathing remained steady and rhythmic, a testament to the complete physical exhaustion wrought by the rigorous daily routine she had spent the day grinding maize. Carrying water-weaving cloth, her hands calloused and strong, now rested, palms open toward the earth. Surrendered to the regenerative powers of the midnight hour. The small clay pots resting by the entrance contained the remaining water supply cooling. Slowly, their porous surfaces weeping tiny droplets of moisture into the dry air, a constant, subtle sound of evaporation. A barely audible hiss. The texture of the air itself was thick, rich with the breath of the rainforest. It was slightly earthy, slightly sweet, slightly heavy with the promise of rain. The air moved in slow, imperceptible currents, circulating the sense of the dwelling and the outside world. Every detail within this simple structure spoke of efficiency and tradition. The carefully bundled tools, the hanging gourds, the tightly secured roof. Nothing was wasted. Everything was essential. Maya philosophy of survival was etched into the very framework of their sleeping space. The man slowly dipped toward a deeper level of slumber, where conscious thought ceased and the brain began its work of reorganizing the day's events. Flickering images of sunlight on the fields and the smooth surface of wet pottery began to blend and distort. He entered the realm of the subconscious, where the ancestors walked a hidden dimension cloaked in impenetrable shadow. Great stones outside the dwelling seemed to lean in, listening to the deep, quiet breath of the community. The ancient architects had built not just shelters, but reservoirs of silent spaces, designed to protect the vulnerable human body from the overwhelming energy of the rainforest. The silence was weighted with history, with ritual, with immense human endeavor. It was a silence that could only be achieved by a civilization of this scale. Quietude earned through generations of rigorous organization. He felt a coolness spread from the earth into his bones, drawing out the residual heat of the long day's work. Final surrender to the restorative qualities of the night. But darkness became a velvet curtain pulled across the world of responsibility, offering absolute momentary release. Tiny amber glow in the hearth diminished almost completely, leaving the interior of the dwelling in perfect, absolute blackness. The true midnight hour approached, the time when the spirit world was considered closest to the earthly plane, but the sleeping family was protected by custom and by the watchful presence of the silent city. They were anchored to the physical world by the hard, solid ground beneath them and the familiar weight of the woven mats. The jungle continued its endless whispering outside. The walls a constant background murmur that never truly stopped. The sound of dripping water from the residual evening dew collecting on the broad leaves. The heavy rhythmic beat of unseen wings. Passing quickly overhead, every sound was magnified then. Absorbed by the deep silence, the ancient stones absorbed the sound too, preventing it from disturbing the precious rest. Imagine the star patterns above the hidden zenith, the constellations that guided their agricultural and ritual calendars. Even though they were obscured by the cloud cover, their presence was deeply felt. The cosmic order continued its immutable cycle. Regardless of the earthbound darkness, this awareness of the vastness of the universe above them was always comforting a put the daily struggles into their proper cosmic perspective. The slow, smooth flow of the breath continued its calming mantra. And out in and out, a gentle tide of air, the man felt the subtle movement of the earth itself beneath the foundations, the slow geological hum of the planet beneath the magnificent limestone structures. He sank deeper into the dreamless state of true repose, where the mind is completely free from the demands of the waking world. The Maya civilization slept, a great, vast entity, pausing for its necessary restorative moment, preparing for the next iteration of the solar cycle. Quiet was not empty, but full, brimming with the potential energy of the coming day. Deep well of stillness awaiting the light, coolness of the clay floor, the roughness of the cotton, the distant croaking all merged into a single hypnotic, continuous sensation. Profound feeling of belonging to this specific moment, this specific place under the cloaked sky of the classic period jungle night. A final heavy sigh escaped the man's lips. A release of the last tension. He was utterly submerged in the deep hypnotic current of the dark safe. Within the silent embrace of the ancient stone world, the heavy humid air pressed down gently like a comforting weight, ensuring that the sleep was deep and undisturbed until the first faint call of the early morning birds signaled the slow return of the light. But that moment was still distant, miles away in the cycling dark, for now only the velvet darkness and the immense, pervasive quiet reigned supreme. The massive stone pivot slowly yielded to the pressure of ages, not hands it. Ground against the ancient floor, a sound like mountains sighing. Into deep sleep, the air that rushed upward was dry and chill, carrying the scent of pulverized granitans. Something else, something metallic and faint. We stood on the threshold watching the dust motes drift lazily in the sliver of remaining light below. U.S. lay a darkness, absolute and velveta void that seemed to absorb the light itself. This subterranean chamber was the secret heart of the ruin, the place where time had utterly stalled. We descended slowly, step by deliberate step or presence and intrusion. Upon centuries of quiet, the walls were not carved, but polished to a sheen by some unknown ancient hand or friction day. Reflected the minimal light, dimly casting back elongated, fragile ghost shadows. Floor was cool, smooth obsidian, stone colder than the air, colder than deep water. We moved deeper into the silence here. Silence that pressed upon me eardrums. Tangible weight of hush here. There was no sound of wind, no distant life, only the slow, rhythmic pace of our own breathing in the very center of the chamber stood the object of our long search. It was an apparatus of extraordinary complexity fashioned from dark bronze and pale jade. The bronze was cloaked in verdigris, soft emerald, film covering the old metallic surfaces, yet parts of it gleamed. Untouched by decay, as if polished just moments before our arrival. It was a clock, but not for hours or minutessa. Mechanism built to measure the vastness of epochs etched into the jade were perfect. Geometric patterned spirals that seemed to coil endlessly. Inward and outwards at the same slow, mesmerizing pace, we approached it with reverencia, quiet understanding that we were gazing upon something built to outlast civilization itself. The apparatus was dormant, completely still, a sleeping giant of intricate mathematics. We traced the lines with hesitant fingers, feeling the cool, smooth surface, the delicate relief. The energy of the place felt condensate held within the bounds of this hidden stone room. Suddenly, a single vibration began a tremor, felt through the solace of the feet not heard by the external ear. It was a low resonant hum, the sound off massive gears beginning their immense rotation. Bronze casing began to warm imperceptibly, a slow rising internal temperature. One of the jade mechanisms, absolute epicenter of the spirals, began to pulse with a faint amber light. It was the color of old honey or sunset on dust, a gentle, persistent glow that grew slowly. This light spread across the dark, bronzy, illuminating the intricate filigree and the hidden joinery, the shadows had been absolute and solid retreated to the furthest edges of the circular room. The air itself shifted, becoming lighter, cleaner, as if the chamber was exhaling its ancient stored breath. Mechanism began its silent, unfolding a soft series of subtle clicks and whispers, the quiet language of awakening metal. The central amber light intensified, gradually becoming a steady, burning star of soft ancient power. It was hypnotic, this slow emergence, watching the light define. The structure, the purpose we stood entirely still held captivity. The quiet gravity of the spinning geometry. The circular floor directly beneath the apotosbin. To absorb and then reflect the amber glow, it was not a reflection but a projection. A perfect image forming upon the polished dark stone. An image of movement of distant heavenly body, as a map of the sky, as it was long. A ghost stars long since dimmed or shifted their stations were cast upon the floor in shimmering light. And within this celestial map, this silent clock, a solitary point, began to draw our focus. It was a place neither star nor planet, but a dark, perfect emptiness within the swirling cosmos. Amber light focused intensified, became a narrow beam pointing not at the ceiling, but directly downward into the obsidian floor. The stone where the beam touched began to shimmer, not breaking, but softening optically. Structure of the rock seemed to melt away, replaced by the illusion of deep dark water. The water parted, slowly revealing a pathway, a downward slope into a lower, deeper level. This new path was illuminated only by the faint residual light of the slumbering clockwork. It was an invitation, silent, profound, and complete, final threshold, guarded by the centuries. The mechanism had finished its slow, quiet work. It rested, but the path remained open, a dark, velvet mouth, leading into the absolute. Unknown, beckoning us forward with its ancient mystery. We took one slow, deep, steady breath, letting the hush of the deep earth settle. Around us, the light was fading, now withdrawing back into the jade, leaving only a faint trace of memory of amber on the cold metal. The pathway remained patiently, waiting a tunnel into the deeper history of this place. It promised neither danger nor safety only. The certainty of profound, forgotten things, we began to drift toward the entranceway, deliberately into the welcoming dark. Cold air rushed upward, now a subterranean river, pulling us into the hidden deep. The silence swallowed our final slow steps us. We vanished into the downward slope. The stone door above us began its immense movement. Slow grinding sound of the pivot turning, sealing the upper chamber for yet another age. We were utterly alone, now cloaked in the dark, drifting toward the next revelation down this sloping, smooth obsidian path. The pathway lengthened endlessly before you, a gentle glide into the silent mystery of the deep earth. The cool air still clung close to the carved limestone of the inner courtyard, a heavy stillness, holding the breath of the night world. The massive pyramids stood as silent sentinels, their upper temples still cloaked in the deep purple shade before the sun's arrival. Darkness slowly thinning, felt like a rich velvet draped across the sleeping city of the forest floor, a profound quiet broken only by the chirrup of insects. Receiving into the undergrowth only the faint scent of charcoal embers carried on the damp air, rising from the low hearths, where the initial heat was being coaxed back to life. These were the embers held carefully overnight, protected by ash, the precious spark of warmth that defined the beginning of every Maya day. Was the moment of deep suspension, the lingering pause before the arduous necessary rhythm of the daily routine claimed the hour's a sound, began the gentle scrape of stone against stone, a low rhythmic whisper that belonged only to these pre-dawn hours. It was the labor of the metate, the heavy volcanic grinding stone upon which the softened kernels of dried maize were slowly pressed into a life-giving masa. Woman who knelt there moved with the slow, precise certainty inherited from 1,000 generations. The same exact motions performed daily for decades without error or conscious thought. Her back strong, her head bowed over the task, the cool grit of the pulverized grain dusting her fingertips as she worked the sacred paste. The rough grain submitted beneath the weight of the mano, the smaller polished grinding stone turning the hard yellow kernels into a smooth white fuel for the body and the soul. This endless cycle of reduction of kernel to paste was the absolute core of existence. the single most important action defining the continuity of their civilization. She worked tirelessly, focused only on the texture of the dough, discerning by touch alone when the moisture was perfect, when the consistency was finally ready for the forming above the low thatch roof. The eastern sky began to bleed a pale, soft amber into the uppermost reaches of the surrounding jungle canopy. This faint light did not rush the shadows, but merely pushed them deeper into the recesses of the stuccoed walls, where ancient carvings were etched into the limestone. Facade every hieroglyph along the door. Lintels was now slowly illuminated, recording the lineage, the history, and the divine protection granted to the occupants of that dwelling. Air grew heavy with the sweet dampness rising from the dew, settling upon the broad leaves surrounding the plazoia. Elsewhere in the compound, the young were roused for the daily necessity of water that drew them out onto the paths. Smoothed by centuries of bare feet carrying the heavy-fired clay pots, they walked with a careful balance toward the nearest reservoir, often a carved chalchun or an aguada, where the deep, cool liquid waited the feel of the ancient stone paving beneath. Their solace was cool and damp, a momentary physical relief before the inevitable heat and humidity of the afternoon. Step was measured, every movement economical, conserving the energy needed for the longer day ahead, either in the surrounding maize fields or the bustling market square. They moved quietly respectful of the hour, when the powerful lords and the high priests still rested in their high chambers, awaiting the first formal observations of the dawning light. The water retrieved was poured slowly into the large, thick ceramic vessels stored near the hearth, ready for boiling, for washing, and for mixing. With the prepared maize paste, the atmosphere remained supremely hushed, save for the grinding and the distant calls of howler monkeys asserting their territorial claims. High in the misted canopy, in one of the massive stone structures towering over the central plaza, a scribe sat awaiting the official rising of his lord. The priest Akayan used this quiet time for methodical preparing, inspecting his inventory of codices stacked neatly upon a wooden bench. He ensured that the delicate folded deer hide screens were not suffering from the penetrating dampness. Ready for the morning's administrative entries, his routine demanded absolute cleanliness and flawless precision, ensuring that the historical record, the calculation of the long count dates, and the documentation of tribute were kept perfectly day after day. He ground tiny amounts of cinnabar and hematite with great care, readying the brilliant red pigment used for sacred writings and astronomical markings. Steady, meticulous work of logging the solar zenith passages and the observation of Venus, the morning star, was never-ending an intricate dance with time itself. He dipped his fine brush into a shell filled with black pigment made from expertly collected soot, testing the flow of the ink against a smooth piece of polished slate. The responsibility weighed heavily yet serenely upon him, the continuity of time and the maintenance of the cosmic order resting upon the accurate strokes of his hand back near the domestic hearth. The fire now had substance. It was no longer just smoke and ember, but a controlled, glowing heat focused beneath the flat ceramic griddle. Called the kamal, the warm glow cast flickering amber reflections onto the wall, illuminating the simple domestic scene of preparation and diligence. The tortillas were finally being formed by the hands that had labored over the metate, shaping the smooth, moist masa into thin, perfect rounds. Each pat of the hands was a soft slap, a repeating sound that spoke of comfort and sustenance, the very sound of a family preparing to face the sun. The first round discs were gently placed upon the slowly warming komal, where they began their subtle transformation, emitting a faint aroma of heated corn and wood smoke. Heat must be precise too little, and the tortilla would not cook properly too much, and it would scorch, yielding a bitter unwelcome taste. The routine demanded patience, the slow waiting for the dough to firm and dry before the quick flip, allowing the soft heat to work its magic. The steam rose briefly from the surface, carrying the first real promise of the nourishment that would sustain the people through the long, exacting hours of labor and worship. The scent permeated the air, replacing the coolness of the dew with the warmth of the hearth, an ancient promise fulfilled in the simplest, most profound act of creation. And slowly, the first perfect discs began to puff slightly, indicating the readiness, the completion of this essential morning ritual. The komal waited ready to receive the endless stack of perfect corn rounds that would soon feed the entire household and fuel the demanding rhythm of the classic metate. The sound of the maize being ground was replaced now by the soft, sizzling whisper of the dough meeting the hot, ancient stone. The world held its breath, waiting for the sun to fully rise over the high temple spire before the true cacophony of the city began its daily roar. But for now, there was only the slow heat, the delicate food, and the deeply satisfying sound of quiet, steady, purposeful work continuing as it always had done since the dawning of this great age. The air was still heavy with the memory of night, yet yielding slowly to the promise of the inevitable golden light touching the first pressure. The long shadow of the Great Pyramid stretches like a dark finger across the plaza floor, the stucco facades that blazed blinding white under the midday zenith now accept the softening light, a gentle wash of amber touching the high cornices. The heat of the day loosens its grip, slowly, reluctantly releasing the humid air to the jungle canopy. Low rustling sound begins to travel from the dense green walls surrounding the city center. Cicadas pause their relentless rhythmic chant, waiting for the cerulean depth of true twilight. The dust settled in the market lanes where earlier the loud commerce of chert and salt unfolded. Now only the faint scent of stale cocoa remained etched onto the packed earth pathways. The city breathes a sigh, a slow, heavy settling off ancient stone and human energy. The pace of life shifts, decelerating noticeably as the working sun vanishes beneath the western ridge. The low walls of the courtyard absorb the cooling air. Inside the simple thatched house, the work continues, a ceaseless turning of the domestic cycle, the most crucial task of the evening. Draws nurse preparation of the sacred sustenance. The slow, weighted movement of the grinding stone begins basalt metate resting heavily upon the floor. Smooth river stone, mano work tirelessly by the strong hands that have mastered this essential rhythm. The scraping, whispering sound of pulverized corn rises, steadily filling the small chamber bearing the fine velvet masa. The essential substance of the evening meal is formed, a pale, fragrant dough shaped under the palm ready to be flattened and placed upon the hot kamal. The scent of wood smoke begins to rise in thin streams. A hazy column reaching towards the roof peak mingles with the faint sweetness of the copal, resin burning gently on the small household altar, a slow cleansing aroma that comforts the spirit and wards off the darker presence of the night world. The smoke drifts through the open doorways, a visible marker of the domestic hearth fire. The women work in companionable silence, their motions economical, perfected by repetition. They know the exact thickness required for the tortellasi, perfect moisture content of the corn dough. This knowledge is a quiet inheritance passed down through generations of careful observation. The children gather near the doorway, their small voices hushed by the deepening shadows, their woven cotton tunics soft against the cool, earthy watch. The fire carefully tended, a mesmerizing glow outside the perimeter of the village. The wildness of the forest begins its evening expansion. The humidity collects on the broad leaves, forming heavy, silent droplets that wait to fall. The air itself seems heavier, richer with moisture holding the promise of the coming tropical rain. The sound of water being poured from a clay jar offers a soft, gurgling counterpoint to the grinding a cool drink to quench the accumulated thirst of the day. The jar is porous, intentionally designato. Keep the stored liquid chilled by slow evaporation. Minor miracle of engineering born of necessity found in every home, great and small. The evening meal is taken with quiet reverence. The steaming warmth of the corn cakes feels substantial, a profound satisfaction settling in the tired limbs. As food is the strength, the very foundation of the civilization resting upon the bedrock of maize. As darkness deepens, the public space is empty. The long processional walkways become silent avenues guarded only by the looming presence of the carved tiwi, the glyphs etched deep into the ancient stone to gather the night around them, whispering the long narrative of kings in time in the secluded chambers of the palace precinct where the humidity is fought by thick stone walls. Scribe prepares his delicate brush of fine hair. Deer hide parchment lies flat upon the low tably a surface of soft ancient leather waiting illuminated by the gentle glow of a single tallow lamp. The precise stroke of cinnabar die cutters. The page forming the intricate curling geometry of the written symbols. These glyphs are not simple letters. They are cosmic moments. They are the slow turning of the sky within the frame of time. Each careful delineation holds the weight of centuries recording. The slow cycles of Venus and the moon and the precise alignment of the deep ritual dates. The silent observation of the high priest continues looking not at the immediate darkness approaching, but at the deep history extending backward and forward. They measure the passage of the long count in numbers so vast it swallows the span of any human life. The concept of time here is not merely linear, it is an immense slow river flowing cyclically granted to repeat its patterns endlessly. Pressure of the obsidian stylus upon the wax, table touching the details of the tribute received that day, the precise number of jadeite beads counted carefully, measures of cacao beans stored securely in the vaults. The knowledge held in these quiet rooms is the hidden engine of the sprawling city. The maintenance of the calendar is a sacred duty entering. The cosmic order remains intact and balanced. The movement of the stars dictates the planting season, harvest, the timing of the bloody ritual sacrifice. Everything in this ordered universe depends upon this precision, a quiet, profound mathematical certainty. Far below these sacred scholarly rooms, common labor settles into the simple routines of rest, their bodies heavy with the day's exertion, lifting stone, stacking logs, hauling water, the physical toll etched into their very posture. Desire for sleep is immediate, overwhelming, a necessity that cannot be postponed or denied. They speak in low, muted voices, finishing their water airing the woven sleeping mats upon the packed earth. The atmosphere inside the hut is now entirely hushed, permeated by the deep scent of damp earth and smoke. The final amber glow dies down in the hearth, leaving only the ghost image of warmth on the clay floor. Interior of the house becomes a velvet blackness, softening the rough edges of the wooden supports. Air inside thickens with the scent of damp soil and the residue of cooked maize clinging to the air. Outside, the night sounds rise in dominance. Deep throbbing chorus of the jungle creatures begins a complex symphony tuned to the absence of the sun. The tree frogs click and pulse, a rhythmic murmur. The distant call of the great horned owl floats in the stillness, a haunting sound traveling through the humid air like a ghost. Heavy woolen blanket offers a slight comfort against the inevitable chill of the deepest night hour lying upon the tightly woven sleeping mat. Body sinks into the ancient rhythm of rest, the weariness of the hard day spent under the sun slowly drains away into the cool earthen floor. Beneath the rough texture of the palm fibers, beneath the skyness, a final tether to the reality of the physical world before the mind begins its slow, soft drift. The thoughts slow down, becoming heavy and sword-like images seen through rushing water. The knowledge that the sun will inevitably return is the bedrock certainty of this existence, a guaranteed renewal of light and labor in life. The deep sleep comes slowly, irresistibly, a descent into the quiet chamber of the past. The rhythm of breathing slows to match the jungle pulse as surrounded by the hushed breathing of the entire sleeping city. Great stone temples stand silent, watching over, all cloaked in the impenetrable darkness holding silent record of the Maya epic. There are mountains of human effort and devotion witnesses to the deep, endless cycles of time. The sleeper is folded into this vast stillness, a small, fragile of the great enduring mechanism, the slow turn of the stars. Overhead continues unnoticed, marking the hours of the long dark night. The scent of ancient stone permeates the dreams, a cool, heavy fragrance of permanence. The exhaustion settles into a profound peace, a temporary release from the gravity of daily routine. Grinding of the metate is now a silent memory replaced by the soft hum of the night insects. The darkness is not empty, but full of potential, a time for the soil to drink and the body to mend. Cool floor draws the heat out of the limbs, preparing them for the intense labor of their coming dawn. The Maya world pauses, waiting, resting beneath the canopy of stars. Very air seems to hold its breath slowly, gently, in anticipation of the inexorable light. The transition from wakefulness to deep slumberous, a seamless merging into the ancient rhythm of the land. The mind releases its grip on the conscious world, allowing the unconscious stream to take over. A profound quiet settles over the landscape, broken only by the natural pulse of the vast jungle. This is the central stillness of the Maya night, necessary pause before the next cycle begins. Sleeper drifts further down into the velvet depth of pure repose, protected by the strong, thick walls of earth and thatch, surrounded by the history etched into the stone. The memory of the day fades entirely, leaving only the sensation of deep physical rest. World is entirely hushed, entirely still, waiting for the first pale silver light of dawn. Feeling is one of immense ancient security. The long sleep of the classic period continue as a timeless moment suspended in the dark. Profound weight of the past holds the present, security, a gentle, endless downward pull toward rest. Drift now into that deep security, letting the heavy silence enclose you completely. The breath slows, the heart rate steadies, matched to the slow eternal turn of the long count. The world outside has faded entirely. The sense of deep calm remains, pure, absolute, encompassing darkness, holding the promise of the coming morning light. The final vestiges of thought dissolve away into the sweet, pervasive quiet, deep down into the heart of the stone where the centuries sleep soundly. The air had grown heavy and sweet, thick with the dust of ages, undisturbed ascent of dried rose and pulverized gypsum. We stood still at the threshold of the deep quiet. The lantern light, a trembling amber tear, barely pierced the immense shadows within. Floor was not stone, but compressed silk velvet, soft beneath our tired descending feet. Muffled every breath, every movement, making the silence itself feel deafeningly vast. We were descending into the memory of the earth, a place where time had folded in upon itself. We followed the slow curve of the passage, nowish with symbols like sleeping serpents. They spoke of a celestial alignment, long ago a great reckoning that sank the whole valley. Symbols seemed to whisper of immense water-off oceans that once covered this dry, empty waste. The script was older than the oldest known. Scrolls written in the language of pure, cold moonlight. We traced the glyphs with the barest fingertip of contact across millennia of deep slumber. Slow story unfolded without haste or hurry. It described the city's final quiet moment of grace one. Its priests chose quiet, profound oblivion rather than a frantic, desperate, futile fight. They sealed themselves beneath the mountain's heart, awaiting a time when the distant stars returned to their proper ancient rightful position. We reached a final circular, profound, spacey, a hollow dome of gray, polished granite. In the absolute center stood a single solitary artifact, a pedestal holding a perfect sphere of clouded crystal. It pulsed with a dim inner secret, luminescence like trapped starlight struggling gently to escape. The surface of the sphere was cool and smooth, carrying the crushing weight of immense silent knowledge. We leaned closer, allowing the ethereal glow to wash over you as soft, benevolent, soothing mercury bath. We felt the deep, hypnotic pull of the ancient stone. It was not a warning that slowly emanated from it, but an invitation to rest, to yield to the profound stillness. The chamber itself began to breathe around us. Now the air grew intensely colder, heavy with expectation. We closed our eyes briefly, finding a sweet reprieve in the utter absence of the conscious world above this. Crystalline sphere held the key to the 10th gata, the final secret of the city's gentle vanishing. It was less a rigid map and more a pure frequency of vibration, tuned exactly to the deepest quiet sleep. We reached out toward the smooth, cold surface of the orber fingers, hovering just above the crystalline surface. And then the internal light within the crystal shifted. It did not suddenly brighten, but slowly deepened, its twittering from faint, gentle silver to a molten, deep gold. A slow, steady resonance began within the granite walls. It was not a harsh sound made by human tired hands, but a deep oceanic hum, a primordial frequency of the abyss. The floor beneath our feet trembled gently, as if the whole mountain was merely sighing in its sleep. We paused, our hands still suspended in the hushed, still air, listening to the sudden profound change in the atmosphere. The molten golden light pulsed once, then twice, nor revealing a deep, immense shadow that was not ours. It drifted slowly across the curved gray wall, too tall, too elongated to be any mere reflection. The shadow vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the golden glow slightly quietly diminished. But the humming did not cease. It grew steadier, gentle, persistent, low vibration. Beneath the dense earth, it felt as though something else was slowly waking up now in response to the quiet activation of the ancient sphere, a cloaked, unseen presence, perhaps. Or simply the deep quiet responding to the intrusion of our conscious, weary minds. We watched the crystal sphere, waiting for it to subtly speak, or waiting for the immense shadow to return from the darkness. The chamber was no longer utterly silent, but whispering, no, filled with the subtle rustle of unseen deep movement. We felt the absolute certainty of being steadily observed by ancient eyes that had watched the passing of millennia. The final moments of this chamber were dissolving softly into a mystery far larger than the stone or the silt. The hum deepened, gently pulling us further down into rest. We knew we could not leave the golden light now until we understood the nature of the slow shadow that drifted in the quiet corners of this profound chamber. It was waiting for us to sink completely into ancient stone. Waited in the steady golden light. It waited just beyond the curve of your closing eyes. The heavy breath of the humid air softens now. It yields its daytime tyranny to the cooling shadows. The last slivers of deep coral sun retreat behind the western ridge of jungle canopy. A slow slowing of the immense green vault above the city of stone. We drift down toward the earth, where the day's immense labor finally ends. The weariness is a physical weight settled upon every muscle and every bone. The feel of dried mud and dust cooling against the skin is a profound release. Listen only to the hush, the great plaza which once echoed with the rhythmic chipping of obsidian tools now breathes softly, a deep, slow inhalation and slow, slow exhalation across the massive steel. These ancient stones stand cloaked in the descending indigo light, each glyph, each calendar round, patiently awaiting the dawn. But dawn is many long hours away. Many long hours of deep, profound stillness await the world. Scent of wood smoke hangs low now near the perimeter of the settlement. It is thin and blue, curling upward from the small family hearth. Dinner has been taken, a simple meal of maize gruel, or perhaps some warmed beans and chili. The grinding stone, the metate, has been cleaned and set aside. Its purpose for this cycle of the sun is complete. No more rhythmic scraping, no more preparation for the days. Relentless sustenance, the quiet, the slow retreat of all energy toward the center of the earth. The final ember in the small fire pit glows with a faint amber heart. It pulses slowly like a sleeping creature, casting faint dancing shadows across the packed earthen floor of the hut. Feel the cool, dark earthen floor against your bare feet. It pulls the last heat from your body, preparing it for the deep repose of Maya's sleep. The children are quiet now, finally quiet. Their voices, which earlier chased the last stray dogs and played games of pebbles, are folded away into the silent safety of the velvet night. They lie curled together on woven reed mats, their small chests rising and falling with the steady, dependable rhythm of sleep, a rhythm that has existed in these settlements for millennia. Timeless repetition of simple survival and simple rest. The mother sits for one last long moment. She smooths down the edge of her simple cotton shift, her hands tired from hours of spinning the soft fibers, hours and hours of drawing out the thread from the spindle whirl, a quiet, tireless duty that binds the days together. Silent thread of continuity that runs through the history of this great civilization. She watches the ember, then thinks. Nothing, just the stillness, just the complete and utter surrender to the close of the light outside. The croaking frogs have begun their nightly chorus. It is not a loud sound. It is a distant murmur, a gentle blanket of sound that helps to define the silence. The humid air holds the moisture of the jungle. Close it carries the soft whisper of the wind through the tall maize stalks. Those stalks now heavy with the promise of the next harvest, a promise that requires patience and trust. Just the slow rotation of the celestial spheres requires patience. The father rises slowly, his body protesting against the movement after a long day in the heat of the field. back aches from bending over the loamy soil from planting. Each seed with reverence and care, but that too is finished. The duty of the earth is concluded for this phase. Dips his hand into the simple clay water jar. Water is cool and dark against his skin. He sprinkles a few drops toward the entrance of the home, a small silent offering to the quiet gods of the night. A prayer for undisturbed slumber. He moves toward the low doorway and draws the thin woven door closed. The sound is a mere soft scrape of reed against the wood frame. Now the darkness inside is profound, a darkness that presses close and holds everything gently there. Are no windows to disturb this perfect blackness, only the comforting weight of the thatch roof above. A heavy scent of the sleeping earth permeates the small spaces. The smell of life, of sustenance, of slow growth. He lies down beside his wife and his children. He feels the deep pulse of the world outside the walls, the distant deep hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures moving through the thick undergrowth. But inside this small shelter, this small cradle of human existence, there's only the shared, slow breathing of a family at rest. We settle deeper into this moment, into the profound exhaustion of a civilization built on constant slow effort. Exhaustion of constructing pyramids without metal tools. The exhaustion of tracking time across endless cycles. Simple, deep exhaustion of a day well spent. Let that immense weight of historical time settle gently upon you. Is not a burden, it is a slow rhythmic pressure that encouraged the deepest rest. The stone monuments outside are cold now. Etched portraits of kings and queens, of high priests and astronomers are veiled in the humid obscurity of the lowlands. Night they wait patiently for the dawn's return, for the sun to trace its daily path across the sky and restart the infinite cycle of creation and rest. The great chronological mechanism of the Maya world keeps turning even in slumber. It does not stop just because the eye closes, the count continues. But for this perfect moment in the ancient Maya calendar, only thing that matters is the slowing of the heart, the deep, profound quiet of the mind's retreat feel, the velvet darkness enveloping you entirely. Cloak of night woven from jungle mist and the silence of ancient cities. The Maya people knew this darkness well. They honored the night as a counterpoint to the relentless power of the sun. They knew that rest was not merely the absence of work, but the necessary fuel for the next sunrise. The farmer breathes in the scent of his own dried sweat and the cooling maize. Weaver breathes in the soft odor of cotton and dye. Their identities are bound to their labor, but now their labor is released. Their bodies are sinking deeper into the soft earth, into a dream state where the complex mathematics of the calendar disappear, where the demands of the court and the distant shouts of the marketplace fade completely. There's only the drift, the slow slide into total repose. Imagine yourself lying upon the cooled earth of this ancient place, protected by the heavy thatch roof and the silent vigilance of the jungle. Noise is muffled, all light extinguished. We are simply waiting for the profound safety of sleep to claim us utterly. Let your breathing mimic the slow, gentle rise and fall of the sleeping family beside you. A long, slow intake of the cool night air. A slower, longer release of the day's final tension. Inhale, deep, slow exhale. Completely repeat the cycle. Breath it is the oldest, most dependable cycle of all, more dependable even than the sun's journey across the Maya sky. Silence deepens further still. The night sound chorus fades to a thin, distant echo. The weight of the ancient stone outside holds the ground steady and safe. You are enclosed in history, enclosed in a final peaceful moment of a long, long day. There is nothing left to achieve, nothing left to anticipate. Only this quiet surrender, only the deep slow acceptance of the dark drifting further now. The image of the small amber ember, the last light in the hut flickers once more, and then softly it is gone. Total peaceful stillness. Sleep, now deep. Sleep, slow sleep, ancient sleep. You are safe in the arms of the deepest night, safe in the silence of the Maya world. Nothing but rest remains. Rest, profound rest. The lingering smoke of the evening hearth fires lazily upwards against the cooling sky, a pale wraith against the darkening blue above. The quiet temples. The day's tedious devotion to the soil and the stone has ended, but The slow, meticulous turning of the larger cosmic wheel continues its silent rotation. The last sounds of the grinding metate have long since faded into the soft twilight air, leaving only the rhythmic chorus of the insects beginning their nocturnal vigil deep within the jungle canopy. A slow, deliberate cry echoes. The profound stillness that has resonated through these limestone plazas for 1,000 patient years. You rest your awareness upon the feel of the cool air drawn in across the great plaza floor, etched with the shadows of silent monuments. Each giant seal, cloaked now in the heavy humid air, carries the weight of history there. Deeply carved glyphs whispering secrets to the moon that is beginning its slow archimagine. The stone surface beneath your fingertips cool and worn smooth by the passage of uncountable rainy seasons. This ancient stone has held the heat of the noon sun and now releases it slowly, reluctantly, back to the night. The humidity hangs heavy like a velvet shroud, muffling the few remaining human sounds. The deep hush settles down upon the reed roofs and the low-lying walls of profoundly peaceful silence, achieved only after great physical labor has been completed. Feel the weariness leaving the shoulders, the tension releasing from the brows. The weight of the day's duties is gently shed. The corn has been planted, the water drawn, the rituals observed. With the necessary reverence, now there is only the vast slow sweep of the Mesoamerican night. Listen closely to the sound of the wind rustling through the high plume of the ceiba. Gentle, sibilant whisper that seems to speak in the ancient language of the forest gods. This is the sound of time itself, moving imperceptibly slowly across the immense landscape. The great pyramids loom like sleeping giants, their tiered forms softened by the failing light. They are mountains built by human hands, monuments to devotion and to the relentless pursuit of cosmic order. Consider the millions of individual stones hauled and placed with slow, agonizing precision. Each stone represents a moment of effort, a commitment to the enduring structure of their world. Your hand along the ancient stone of the causeway, where generation upon generation tracked their slow passage. Smooth, cool surface is a testament not to noise or rushing, but to steady, deliberate repetition. The same path taken every day, leading from this sleeping house to the field to the water source. The sheer tediousness of survival woven into the very fabric of the city's structured night. The city breathes slowly, a deep collective exhalation of quiet relief. The scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke mixes with the heavy perfume of nocturnal blooms. A sensory cloak wrapping you deeper into the quietude of this classic world. The vast gulf of time stretches out before the mind's eye, measured not in mere seasons, but in the long, slow turning of the background to the Maya. Consciousness was always directed towards this immense scale, this grand calendrical cycle. Their daily duties, however small or repetitive, were tied directly to the unfathomable depths of history. Every planting, every inscription, every act of carving was an affirmation of time's slow, inexorable movement. Look up into the black sky, if only in your mind's eye. Stars are beginning to ignite, brilliant points of amber light scattered across the dark canvas. Celestial bodies were the clock face of the ancient astronomers, the silent guides for every routine. They watched the slow dance of Venus, the deliberate movement of the moon. Their routines were not random, they were dictated by the celestial mechanics. Above, the movement of the sun across the temple axis was calculated to the precise second even. The act of waking up at dawn was a meticulous participation in the great cosmic routine. Now, the cosmos rests with the city, a moment of shared stillness. Before the next solar journey begins, feel the comforting weight of that history pressing softly down upon your awareness. Profound sense that you are held within a long, continuous stream of human effort. The small tasks that filled their days, the fetching, the grinding, the preparing, the weaving, these were the essential threads that held the great civilization together. Not the king's grand proclamation, but the mother's daily rise before dawn to prepare the corn dough, that ceaseless quiet labor. The repetitive motion of hands achieving sustenance. Sound of the river running near the city's edge becomes clearer now in the absence of other noise. A constant liquid murmur that speaks of permanence and flow. Is the sound of water always moving, always sustaining the jungle and the great stone city. Close your eyes now and allow the cool, damp air to settle over your skin. Imagine lying upon a simple woven mat inside a quiet house, its walls made of daub and reed. The low roof holds the warmth. The air is still and safe. The sounds of the immediate family have diminished into the soft sighs and slow, even breaths of deep sleep. The entire world shrinks down to this quiet refuge, this small space. Carved out of the massive jungle, a sense of profound enclosure, a feeling of absolute protection from the wildness outside. The silence here is not empty. It is rich and full of the collective rest of a whole community. Let your own breathing synchronize with the slow rhythmic settling of the ancient city inhale. The stillness exhale all tension, all concern, all lingering thought. We are observers now of a civilization resting after its long, deliberate effort. The great pyramid stairs remain silent, awaiting the return of the sun and the slow ascent of the priests. But for now, they are merely stone, waiting patiently under the soft cloak of the night. Consider the texture of the earthen floor beneath the sleeping, matte cool, and finely packed clay surface. Worn smooth by the repeated steps and slow movements of daily life, every corner of their world was shaped by this constant engagement with the essential tasks. The weight of the small ceramic bowl held in the hand, the familiar roughness of the woven cotton fiber. These tactile memories are what define the deep routine of existence. The meticulous carving of a spindle whorl, the slow, careful preparation of pigment for writing. Even, the art was an act of profound patience, an extension of the daily. Slow labor, no rushing, no hurried completion, only the deliberate pursuit of perfection within the frame of the necessary. The world outside the dwelling house is utterly steeped in the deep quiet of the jungle. The deep earth smell rises softly, mixing with the clean scent of the charcoal residue. A profound simplicity governs this final of the day, the slow unwinding. Towards oblivion, the dreams of this sleeping city are vast and slow, dreams of corn dods and feathered serpents, dreams deeply rooted in the soil and the cycles of creation and destruction. These dreams are the quiet continuation of the daily devotion, the internal theater of cosmic understanding. Feel the profound sense of time stretching out before you, not as a race or a challenge, but as a slow, gentle unfolding, a continuous smooth surface upon which existence rests. Slow rotation of the calendar moves in the darkness, measured by the distant stars, each tiny increment of time marked and acknowledged by the silent stone. Monuments imagine the immense silence of the scribal house, now the precious screen. Folds resting closed. The brushes dried, the ink pots sealed the labor of recording the cosmos. Temporarily suspended the reverence for the written word, for the meticulous dating of events was another layer of their slow routine. Every event had to be placed precisely within the vast historical frame. Need for order, a profound desire to anchor the present moment in the deep past, the sound of a single drop of water falling slowly from a high leaf onto the damp earth nearby. Soft, steady, rhythmic beat that emphasizes the deep, pervasive stillness. This is the tempo of the classic Maya world, slow, measured, consistent, relentless. The tedious work, the daily repetition, the quiet observance of tradition. These were not burdens, but the very structure that gave their lives meaning and predictability. Allow your own thoughts to become slow and deliberate, like the distant beat of a muffled ceremonial drum, soft thudding. Rhythm that seems to emanate from the very heart of the ancient city. Great Plaza sleeps. The markets are empty. The chatter of commerce has been silenced. Only the deep architecture remains, holding the space for the return of the sun. The heavy, massive blocks of limestone absorb the moonlight, reflecting a pale silver sheen. The beauty of this civilization was born from this patience, this profound slowness, the dedication to the long game, to the cycles that span generations. Feel the density of the earth beneath the ancient stone, the layers of time compressed into silence. The history is not shouting, it is murmuring a deep low. Hypnotic hum, this is the sound of 1,000 years of continuous existence, a deep persistent thrum beneath. The jungle floor, the scent of the rain to come, is carried on a sudden cool breath of air. Promise of renewal, a reminder that all routines are circular, all labors must begin, but not tonight. Tonight is for the deepest rest, profound quietude. The Final echoes of the drumbeat settle into the earth, a low hum beneath the cloak of the deepest jungle night, the weight of the calendar year, the long count. The slow movement of the celestial spheres all dissolve into the gentle rhythmic rise, and fall of your own breathing, you are held safe and quiet within the massive stone structure of history. Final soft sounds of the nocturnal creatures fade into the background, misleaving only the vast, unmoving silence of the ancient world sleep. Deeply now sleep, slowly sleep in the knowledge of profound timelet. The quiet, tedious devotion of the ancient Maya carry you into the deepest rest. Soft velvet darkness holds you close until the dawn returns. Sleep now, sleep. The air itself grew. Thick with the slumber of ages, the final grains of sienna dust settled upon the worn basalta. Hushed reverence descended like a velvet cloak woven from the night. Long echo of the ancient sound faded into pure stillness. We stood together at the very edge of the story's ending, where the chronicle ceased its hurried whispering, and only the deep, immutable silence remained feel. The cool weight of the millennia pressing gently upon your eyelids. This deep knowing is not a burden, is a cradle. Carved from timeless stone, the architecture of the forgotten world bends to shelter you now each. Column, each archway, each shadow etches a promise of peace. The moon, an amber sickle, hung suspended above the broken battlement, its light diffused soft and pervasive, a final blessing on our journey. The history we chased, the secrets we sought, they have folded back into the earth, returning. To the patient quiet from whence they came, there's no more searching now. There's only the cessation of effort, the welcome release of all that was held, tide allow your mind to drift on the currents of forgotten time weightless. And unbounded by the immediate moments of today, the whispers of the past are now only breath soft and rhythmic inhale. The cool air of midnight exhale the warmth of all your waking worries. Feel the slow, inexorable pull downward down, past the surface of the world into the deep, warm, dark soil of restland. The great river of history carry you effortlessly to the shore of perfect quietude. Final word of the ancient tongue has been spoken. It means simply peace. It means simply sleep. The story is done. The long journey complete. The deep shadows of the monumental city are your final guardians. They know only stillness. They know only repose you. Are cloaked in the silence of 10,000 yesterday, safe from the urgent demands of tomorrow nothing. Remains now, but the simple necessity of quiet rest. Within this history rest, within this peace, may your slumber be as deep as the strata of the earth and as endless as the stars above the desert until the next moment when silence beckons. I am Nazrullah, and I wish you a perfect quietude may. You sleep now deeply and dream of the ancient light.